Okay, I guess we are online. We are really online. Okay, so we have stats and we are playing World of Warcraft. To no one at the moment, but I hope that that gets better in some time. So, um, I'm also listening to conservative content, and we are going to try to do this. And I'm lost. I'm on the wrong spot. So cool. So I must leave this place and find the right place. Let's see. Okay, I'll be testing the stream to see if it's all fine, all good. Let me put this screen on and let's see how is it going. It's okay, let's see if it gets better because at the moment it was not looking good. Let's see how this comes together. I'll turn down the music a bit, and supposedly you could hear me better now. Let's check this out. Let's see how this comes together. Turn down a bit. And supposedly you could hear me better. Okay, not good enough. Let's keep trying to improve, I guess. So now I'm over 10 decibels more. Let's see how that goes. Um, I hope it comes good. Let's see. I'll see it right now. Let's see how that goes. I hope it comes good. Let's see. I'll see it right now. Okay, not good enough. Let's try it one more time. Let's try to make this louder, like 15. 15 must be good, right? Let's see how this is sounding. $15 must be good, right? Let's see how this is sounding. Okay, I guess it's good enough. Here on my screen it's looking like it's like really loud, the microphone, but I guess it's a good sound level. Here on my screen it's like it's really loud, the microphone, but I guess it's a good sound level. Right. So, what comes next? I will hit the play button and we're going to listen to Jordan Peterson.
In the early church, there was a debate around the physicality of Jesus' resurrection.
Yes.
So the canonical tradition ends up.
Let me turn on CC.
Physically resurrected.
Yes.
You must believe that, otherwise
Yes.
you're a heretic.
Yeah, and that's part of the Catholic particular emphasis
Yeah.
on the divinity of the body.
A lot of the Gnostic tradition says that the thing that's being gotten wrong is the idea that there was a physical resurrection.
Right.
No, the kingdom of God is here and now. The resurrection is inside of you, and you attain it through gnosis. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas doesn't even mention the resurrection. It doesn't mention a crucifixion. It's a list of saints.
Yeah.
And the very form of that collection shows that these people believe that the thing that's important is not what Jesus did, but what he said.
So I'm here today speaking with Alex O'Connor, who's flown in from London. I'm in LA. He's known also as...
I'll try just to... I'm not sure if there's an option for that, but I want to suppress the noise. Okay, this might be good. I will even check this on my Checky browser. How can I? Okay. Now we're going to open the browser. Let's see if it's sounding better. I hope so. Checky browser. How can I? Okay. Oh, we're going to open the browser. It's sounding awesome. It's much better. Wow. Okay, let me try to make it more like my voice. I'm not sure. Okay, this is trash. Let's see. Oi, amor? Aqui. Tem uma pocinha aqui, amor. Eu não sei.
Você que tá derramando com água,
Eu?
cachaça, cerveja.
Não, meu bem, isso não é cerveja. Cheira pra você ver.
Então alguém fez xixi aí.
Isso é água. É, talvez. O cachorro misterioso. Às vezes é um espírito. Um espírito. Okay. Back to this. So I guess I have an equalizer. Alright. Let's turn up the bass. Let's pull the mediums down. And the highs should be okay. Let's see how this sounds. I have an equalizer. Alright. Let's turn up the bass. Let's pull the mediums down. And the highs should be okay. Let's see how this sounds. Okay, it sounds cool. I like it, but we should pull the bass just a little down, and also we should make the mic not as loud. So let's turn it down just a bit. Okay, let's see how this sounds, and I guess this is the final tune-up. Make the mic not as loud. So let's turn it down just a bit. Okay, let's see how this sounds, and I guess this is the final tune-up. Yeah, it's sounding good, but I mean, it could be better. I guess I will turn the mic just a little bit more lower. This volume. Not that a little bit, like I turn it down a lot. Well, let's see how this is sounding. I guess it can be sounding okay. Lower this volume. Not that a little bit, like I turn it down a lot. Well, let's see how this is sounding. I guess it can be sounding okay. Lower this volume. All right. This is the final test for the audio. I will test also the video. Let's see.
Skeptic, and he runs a podcast within reason.
Oh, Jordan.
And so
Yes. Okay, let's see. All right. This is the final test for the audio. I will test also the video. Let's see.
Skeptic, and he runs a podcast within reason.
Oh, Jordan.
And so
Yes. Okay, let's see. All right, not the final test because I figure out it's not good enough. So microphone should be lower. It's too high. Let's try this. 6 decibels. All right. It's looking better on the studio here. Well, let's see how Jordan's sounding.
Subscribe to and listen to that podcast. Watch it.
Okay, Jordan.
Alex was recommended to me by a friend of mine, John Vervaeke.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Professor.
Okay, let's see. on the studio here. Well, let's see how Jordan's sounding.
Subscribe to and listen to that podcast. Watch it. on
Okay,
YouTube.
Jordan.
Alex was recommended to me by a friend of mine, John Vervaeke.
Oh, really? Oh,
I was,
really?
Professor.
Okay, okay, let's see. Okay, this is freaking good, man. It's awesome. So this is the first time we're playing live. Oi, amor.
Tá me sentindo?
Não,
Você tá falando com quem?
Ué,
Minha
pô,
voz bonita.
eu
gastando
tenho-
minha voz bonita.
eu tenho que falar alguma coisa, né? Não posso ficar só em silêncio, né? Caso alguém entre.
E que é isso? Entenda como isso pode ser bom para você.
O quê? Onde?
Rapaz, eu tô pobre, já tá?
Ah,
O que você falou?
entenda como isso. Onde tá isso, amor?
O meme que você mandou pra mim.
Ah, sim, é. A Lilian, como é que é o nome dela? Esqueci o nome dela. Alright, this is looking great. I will get AFK just for a second. Because I'm going to take a piss. Right? Not say idiot. AFK. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, my players. We're back. Back in black. So, what are we going to do? I'm going to get this video to the beginning part, and we're going to watch this video by Jordan Peterson with Alex O'Connor, this guy, on the screen right here. And they will be talking about belief, skepticism, and the afterlife. So I guess it's an interesting subject for us to think about. So let's hear them.
In the early church, there was a debate around the physicality of Jesus' resurrection.
Yes.
So the canonical tradition ends up stipulating that Jesus physically resurrects, and you must believe that, otherwise you're a heretic.
Yeah, and that's part of the Catholic particular emphasis on the divinity of the body.
A lot of the Gnostic tradition says that the thing that's being gotten wrong is the idea that there was this literal resurrection.
Right.
No, the kingdom of God is here and now. The resurrection is inside of you, and you attain it through gnosis. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas doesn't even mention the resurrection, doesn't mention a crucifixion. It's a list of sayings.
Yeah.
And the very form of that collection shows that these people believed that the thing that's important is not what Jesus did, but what he said.
So I'm here today speaking with Alex O'Connor, who's flown in from London. I'm in LA. He's known also as Cosmic Skeptic, and he runs a podcast Within Reason. And so you can subscribe to and listen to that podcast, watch it on YouTube. Alex was recommended to me by a friend of mine, John Vervaeke, who was a professor along with me at the University of Toronto. I've done a lot of different public events with John, many conversations. And Alex has interviewed many of the people that I'm interested in, including Richard Dawkins, and he is very interested in religious matters, although he's not a Christian. And we believed jointly that it would be useful for us to meet and to hash out our differences in viewpoint and similarities and see if we could get together and move together somewhere valuable and enlightening. And so that's what we're trying to do. That's what we try to do with the conversation. It focuses mostly on the nature of belief, I suppose. That's probably the easiest way to sum it up. What it means to believe something, what it means to have a religious belief, what it means to be committed to a belief. We talk a fair bit about the distinction between, let's say, the distinction between fact and fiction, and the idea that fact reflects the real, but so does fiction. And so, welcome to the discussion of all that. So, first of all, thank you for coming here. It's a long way from London. We're in LA, and so that's a long ways. And so, and insofar as you're going to disagree with me, I'm pleased that you're exhausted from the flight, because that'll slow you down and that'll be helpful. So anyways, seriously, thank you for coming. And
of course.
So let's start with this, Cosmic Skeptic. Right, okay, so how do you come up with the name, and why the conjunction, and what do you think the advantage is, if any, in relationship to the emphasis on skepticism?
Okay, this is a nice subject. I mean, cosmic skepticism. What should that be? I'm not sure. But to be guessing something, I guess it would be like not giving yourself to what things appear to be. I guess that sounds as much as I can figure as something like cosmic skepticism. Let's see how this goes.
I'll give you the official and the unofficial story. The official story is that cosmic sort of implies universe, space, big thinking, and skeptic sort of situates me within a tradition of people who are interested in interrogating their beliefs to their sort of fundamental grounding insofar as that's possible. And skeptic is spelt with a K because most of my listeners are American. The unofficial answer is that when I was younger, I knew a guy who was a musician and started a SoundCloud account with the word cosmic in it. And I thought, hey, that sounds like a cool word. And I was starting a YouTube channel and wanted something that sounded cool. And I thought skeptic sounded cool next to it. And I spelled it with a K because I got it wrong.
I see. Okay. Well, who knows the actual derivation? And it's a good combination, though, because well, it's catchy, so that's nice from a marketing side, but
Looks
it
good
also
written down.
has this, it's an interesting allusion to the combination of revelation and critical thinking that actually makes up actual thinking, right? Because the problem with being concerned with a vast plethora of ideas is that many ideas are misleading and wrong. And so you have to learn how to combine that openness and curiosity with the capacity to separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah.
And that's the utility of skepticism. I mean, it can degenerate into a kind of argumentative nihilism. That's the downside. But properly applied, it separates the wheat from the chaff, right? And the purpose of that is to keep the wheat.
Well, skepticism can only ever be essentially destructive because you're being skeptical of something. Somebody's putting something forward and you're sort of responding to that with skepticism. And so for a lot of people, if skepticism is the thing that you do, then you sort of end up chipping away and ending up with nothing, whereas skepticism is really supposed to be a tool that you use. It is destructive, but in the way that you might sort of carve a piece of marble.
Yeah, right.
You're intending to get a statue out of it at the end.
Yes. Well, that's the thing to always keep in mind is skepticism in the service of something.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a tool. It's a methodological tool. It's not a world.
And you mentioned too, and so I'm interested in your progression in your thinking in relationship to that, because you mentioned just before we actually went on air that had you come to see me a couple of years ago, you might have been more inclined to, I'm putting.
Just a comment. This jacket, this sweet suit that Jordan Peterson is wearing, it's like so fucking cool, man. And I'm a Protestant, but I think that's really cool. To see him wearing it, as far as I know, he was an atheist. Not so much time ago, he was an atheist, but now he is wearing like that. This is pretty cool, man. I have a better shield, I guess. Yes, I do. Lame. But we should accept it anyways. So, yeah. Jordan is trying to figure out what Alex is about. So let's see how he's doing it, and let's try to learn. Let's see.
Words in your mouth to some degree, so correct me if I'm wrong, to strive for a victory or to make your point, something like that. And you alluded to the fact that your thinking around that has changed to some degree. I suspect that's probably a consequence of experience. So what's changed?
In part, it might have something to do with becoming a podcaster and speaking weekly to people. And you can't keep up that energy. Or you can, but it becomes totally unwatchable, and nobody wants to engage in that all the time. I think there are times when it's worth doing, and to be clear, I still like to disagree and do so essentially unapologetically and bluntly, and that can still come across as quite rude. But I think that the way that I would think about a conversation is that, well, what are we about to do here? A debate. We're about to debate an issue, and I'm going to try to win, and that's and not even, I mean, maybe there's sort of an element of pride in there. You want to win for that sake, but also you really think, well, I want to win because I think I'm right about this, and if I don't, then I must have just not expressed myself properly. I think
This is something interesting, I guess. So for many people, to be humble is like to admit that you're not right, and that's stupid because how can you believe something if you are not completely and like really certain that you're right? You can only believe something if you believe you're right. So this is not like idiotic for him to say, because many people think that to be humble you need to be like assuming that you're wrong, and it's stupid. It's really stupid. All right, let's keep hearing him.
what I probably meant when I was saying that is that I would have had more of that cap on than now, after having so many conversations with so many people and realizing that not only is it more constructive for myself, I've learned a lot more. And now I'm here like, hey, I might learn something today. That would be great, even if I just learn something about what your worldview is. But also people listening just unanimously say that they prefer it. It's a much...
Well, the skepticism. So one of the things you learn as a therapist, for example, is that being right is not very helpful, especially when you're trying to help someone, because whether you as the therapist is right has very little to do with the positive outcome for them. You still want to maintain the skepticism. And one of the ways of doing that in the manner that's helpful is that, like, if I'm talking to you and you say something I don't understand, that's the right place to be skeptical, because if I don't understand what you said, well, it might be my ignorance, but it also might be like lack of clarity and pointedness on your part. And so one of the advantages of disagreeing with someone is to point out to them in a positive way where they're lost in the fog. Because if you're sufficiently lost in the fog, you tend to run into sharp objects, and that's not very pleasant. So, but the skepticism, and this is obviously what you alluded to, I would say, as a consequence of learning from the podcast, is the skepticism should be in service of rectifying your ignorance rather than in service of making your point or winning the argument. Problem with winning a bloody argument is that the victory can seduce you into thinking that you were correct, and you're never sufficiently correct, right?
Yes.
And so I don't like debates fundamentally. I've never really enjoyed them. I probably, when I was really young, before I stopped doing this when I was about 23, I would take a certain amount of pleasure in being able to obtain intellectual victory. It was also a way I defended myself when I was young, and it was effective, but it's not the optimal way to conduct a conversation. This is one of the reasons why people like Rogan are so successful, because Joe pushes point, but he always does it in the service of learning.
Yes.
He doesn't do it in the service of victory.
Yeah. I think you've probably put your finger on it there. But what you were saying a moment ago about precision, about sort of thinking clearly and understanding somebody else clearly, I think the reason why I'm excited to speak to you today is because you're someone who celebrates being precise in your speech. And I've always appreciated your desire to make sure that you're really understanding what somebody else is saying. I've made attempts in the past my channel is mostly focused on the philosophy of religion.
Yes.
And I've made attempts in the past to try to understand your worldview.
Yeah,
your religious
some
worldview.
of them.
And I made a video essay. And some of the things I said there, I think, at least one thing in particular, I'd probably think I was wrong about. But what I was trying to do there, I've seen that people would ask you on interviews and podcasts, do you believe in God? Do you think that Christianity is true? And it was sort of, you would sort of struggle to answer the question. And I thought to myself, well,
people come at the question with a priori commitments about what they think truth constitutes.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
There must be something important that's being left out of the sort of precondition of that question or conversation. If it's so unimaginably difficult to answer, you know.
Well, I'll give you an example. I watched that essay this morning, right? And I also wanted to talk to you about your discussion with Dawkins.
Yeah.
So people ask me, for example, do you believe in God? And I think, well, I don't know what you are driving at with that question, because I don't know what you mean by believe. Most people, modern people, believe that a belief is a description of accordance with a set of facts.
Sure.
Right. Well, I don't think that's what belief means in the religious sense in the least. So I just think that's a non-starter.
A few has something to do with what you act out, right?
It has to do with what you believe is what you're willing to die for, fundamentally. It's what you're committed.
Fuck. That was a great definition. Great. To believe something is to be willing to die for something. That's about it. He's right. He's fucking right. Very good.
Or live for, if you think about it as life in the most extensive manner. It's a matter of commitment.
So I understand what you mean in the religious context.
Yeah.
So, but religion is a big topic. Religion is a mighty, you know, area to be talking about. But when I talk about belief in a more mundane sense, like I believe that this chair exists.
Yeah.
Like that is a belief that I hold. I sort of can't help but hold that belief because I can see it. Right?
Well, that's a place where your action and your statements align.
Exactly.
Right.
Which is
you
why,
believe in the chair and you're sitting in it. It's like fair enough.
Which is why I totally agree when you say that what you believe might really be what you act out. But I think when people are looking for essentially definitions, and just a second ago you said, well, what is it to believe? And you said, well, what you believe is what you're willing to die for.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to die for my belief that this
It's
chair
not here.
exists.
Maybe
in a broad sense. If
This is
not believing,
closed.
if not believing that the chair existed required me to sort of give up my trust in my sense data,
right,
then I might literally die by accident by sort of walking off a cliff because I don't trust my eyes anymore. So
Of course, Jordan is speaking about supernatural beliefs, right? I guess it's really easy to come to this conclusion. It's really... Okay, I think it's really dumb to think otherwise. It makes no sense. Really no sense. But anyways, that's me. I'm trying to improve this video, the game video. But if it's looking fine, then I'll leave it this way. Maybe we will be able to make it better later. So this is closed and I must go like maybe here. I guess I haven't gone this way. Fuck, it's so far away. Okay, let's travel. This game's about like walking. So just as my daughter, we will going to walk.
It's not something that you're likely to forego given your role, let's say, as a rational skeptic.
That's right.
Seriously, like it's a commitment that you've made to a certain view of reality.
But you understand surely that when somebody asks, do you believe in God? Although they're asking the sort of subject of the belief is a much more grand entity. The word belief itself, for them, at least in their question, even if you think it's an inappropriate question, they mean something much more mundane. They mean like you believe in the existence
it's hard to know. It's hard to know what people mean. You know, like one of the things I've noticed, for example, is there are no shortage of Christian trolls, right? I mean, there are atheist trolls and there's engineering trolls. There's lots of trolls, but there are Christian trolls. And the Christian troll...
Okay, a friend of mine has sent me something, and this is a great fucking occasion to try out the X usage here. So I made a scene with X. Let's see. Formulate Twitter. Oh, there you go. It works like fucking great. So let's see. Let's hear the guy. Just a second. Okay, dudes. I had to talk to my wife. Let's hear him.
There's actually no difference between them and scales of negative emotion. It's a false construct. There may be no difference between left-wing authoritarianism and malignant narcissism. There's no difference between exposure therapy and learning. There's no difference between an ideal and a judge. There's no such thing as climate, right? Climate and everything are the same word. There's no difference between energy cost and wealth, since energy is work, and work does everything that's productive by definition. Right. There's no difference between me serving who I'm going to be when I'm 75 and me serving other people. There's no difference between being self-conscious and being depressed and anxious. They're not linked. They're the same thing. There's no difference between you and what's around you. There's actually no difference between general cognitive ability and academic success. Right? They're the same thing. There's no difference between being a gracious loser and being resilient. They're the same thing. There's no difference between your interest and the interest of others, not in any fundamental sense. There is no difference between how we treat the elderly and how we will be treated. Like, those are the same thing. And there's no difference between meaning and responsibility. They're the same thing. Too much compassion, man, infantilizes you, and there's no difference between that and death. It's the same thing.
Okay.
If you look at self-esteem scales, there's actually no difference between them and scales of negative emotion. It's a false construct. There may be no difference between left-wing authoritarianism and malignant narcissism. There's no difference between exposure therapy and learning. There's no difference between an ideal and a judge. There's no such thing as climate, right? Climate and everything are the same word. There's no difference between energy cost and wealth, since energy is work, and work does everything that's productive by definition. Right. There's no difference between me serving who I'm going to be when I'm 75 and me serving other people. There's no difference between being self-conscious and being depressed and anxious. They're not linked. They're the same thing. There's no difference between you and what's around you. There's actually no difference between general cognitive ability and academic success, right? They're the same thing. There's no difference between being a gracious loser and being resilient. They're the same thing. There's no difference between your interest and the interest of others, not in any fundamental sense. There is no difference between how we treat the elderly and how we will be treated. Like, those are the same thing. And there's no difference between meaning and responsibility. They're the same thing. Too much compassion, man, infantilizes you, and there's no difference between that and death. It's the same thing.
Dude, this guy is okay. He's right, but in a weird sense. he sounds exaggerating things, but I like him. Guy's great. Let me laugh out my friend. Okay. So I'm saying to my friend that he was decontextualized, but he thinks not that way. Okay. All right. I'm saying to my friend that I'm saying to my friend that um, if you take Jordan Peterson out of context, it will not sound okay. Never. Just a second. Okay, we're back. So yeah, on this channel, life happens, and when life happens, we must act, right? So yeah, don't worry about some absences. Some weird absences. These guys are 11 and 15. Okay. So let's keep hearing Mr. Jordan Peterson, the Christian the Christian trolls.
When they ask that question, and it's often the Christian trolls who ask that question, what they mean is, are you in my club?
Exactly.
Right. And my answer is, I'm not even sure you know what club you're in. So there's a trap in the question, which I don't appreciate, because I don't like questions that have traps in them.
Yes.
Now, not everybody who's asking that question has a trap, but many people do. And so I find that off-putting, let's say, because it's manipulative. In terms of that descriptive belief, that's something we could go into. I think we should do that because it does get to the core of the matter that you were attempting to untangle, let's say, in your essay.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of and I had to sort of piece together different things you'd said in different interviews, and I suppose the reason I had to do that was because I didn't have you in front of me, so I'm grateful to have the opportunity now. It seems to me that when you speak of God, you mean something like that which is at the, I don't know if you'd rather say the basis or the top, but the basis or the top
both metaphors
of a value hierarchy. And it begins with the recognition that anything that anybody does requires some kind of value, even just to do something as simple as sitting in a chair or picking up a glass.
Well, you don't do anything without it being oriented towards a value.
Exactly, right. And so even to perceive the glass is something you've spoken about before. You know, why do I see the glass as one object? Even though it's got multiple parts, it's got a side and a bottom and top. I see them together in a way that I don't see the
Just a comment on this. So Jordan said that you can't do anything if you're not oriented at a value. So I believe he's right, but my friend, he thinks he's dumb. Because of course you can do some things with no value in mind. I guess he's right, but you can't take him literally. And this friend of mine is like autistic, so of course he won't understand this. Of course. It's just like expected, right? So let's move on.
The cup and the table as one object. Well, you said before, it's because I can grip it. It's sort of functional. It's because I can use this cup. And the reason that I see it in that way is because I can then drink from it. And the reason that I want to do that is because I sort of value my health. And there's sort of a value regress that goes on.
Always.
And more broadly, this comes out in the question of, like, you know, why you're writing an essay to get a good grade, or why do you want a good grade to get a good job? Why do you want a good job to get money? And you keep going back and back. It has to terminate somewhere.
That's right.
Because otherwise there would be nothing to sort of lend that value.
Well, otherwise you'd always be in an infinite regress.
Further down,
right? You just die of questioning.
Yeah, you literally, it's the kind of regress in which the value that you have for A actually borrows the value from B. You don't value A at all without B. So it doesn't get it without B, and B doesn't get it without C, and C doesn't get it without D. So if that went on infinitely, there's nothing to give the entire sequence value in the first place.
Right.
And so there's got to be something at the basis here. And then you said, at least on one occasion, that we'll call that place, whatever's at the top there, we'll call it the divine place.
Yeah.
And you said we'll make that
That's a matter of definition. Yeah.
Now, I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that what you're doing is you're giving a definition of God that makes him,
partial definition,
or makes it, him, whatever, unavoidably exist, and also makes it a quite different entity to the entity described by a great deal of, for instance, your Christian listeners, who will say that God is not the basis of a value hierarchy. God is an omnipotent, omniscient, agential being with consciousness that intentionally brings about human beings and sent down a physical man to sacrifice his life in order to save us from our sins. Now, that means that when someone asks you, does God exist? And you say, well, look, I think that's almost an inappropriate question. At times you sort of imply that you don't even believe in atheists because you sort of act as if you believe in God. If what you mean by God is just...
Well, Dawkins himself admitted he was a cultural Christian.
That's another matter, because that's much more specific. I mean, that's cultural Christianity, right? This is just... But although
it's a reflection of the same problem.
But you know, when a Christian says to you, I'm being very clear that that's what I mean by God. I don't know if you do believe in the omniscient, omnipotent, agential being, but if you start talking about the inevitability of believing in some basis of a value hierarchy...
Well, it's not so obvious.
You're talking about something different.
It's not so obvious from the traditional Judeo-Christian perspective that God is properly conceptualized as a being.
That's probably right,
well,
too.
So it's tricky, right? Because one of the ways that you can approach God traditionally is in relationship to a being. But that's a veil. So why do I say that? Okay, so let's speak about it religiously first, and then we can speak about it conceptually. So there's a tremendous insistence in the Judeo-Christian tradition that God is outside of the categorical structure. Like he's seriously outside. Elijah, the prophet, establishes that God is not...
This is a noob moment.
He's not in the earthquake. He's not in the conflagration. He's not in the storm, right? So that doesn't mean that nature doesn't speak of God, but it does mean that whatever God is not in the natural world. Okay, now we can extend that. Not bound by time, not bound by space. Well, does that make God a material object? Because when people say, is God real, which is a variant of the question, is do you believe in God? It's like, well, God's immaterial and outside of time and space. So if your definition of real is material things in the domain of time and space, then we're not talking about the same thing. Now, usually people approach that question of belief with some materialistic framework like that in mind, even if they don't know it.
Yes.
The Christians, let's say, who put this question forward in the hope of getting the answer they want to hear, are materialistic and Enlightenment minds, even though they don't know it, because they have an implicit definition of what constitutes real. Is God real? It's like, no, God's hyper real. That's not the same thing.
I think that the physicality of God is an interesting question.
Yeah.
In the Old Testament tradition, it seems to evolve as far as I can see. If you look at some of the earlier descriptions of God, you've got a God who walks through the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
You've got a God who has a council of angels. And
Yes,
and
this is my
you have a
God.
sort of, it's being at least conceptualized as a much more physical being. And as time goes on, God becomes less localized. And I've heard a lot of theories as to why that's the case. I've just done an episode on my own show.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true exactly. I don't think there's a clear historical progression like that. There is a constant tension between God as ineffable and then God as manifest in a manner that's comprehensible, right? And so Mircea Eliade had mapped the consequences of this out to some degree. So he was very interested in Nietzsche's proposition that God had died. Most people, including Nietzsche, regarded that as like a unique historical event. There was a religious tradition, the Enlightenment arose. In consequence, we became skeptical about God. And in 1850, the philosophers decided that he was no longer necessary or real. But Eliade, who is a brilliant historian of religions, has noted that this has happened many, many times, that God has vanished, disappeared. And one of his explanations for that is that a God that's too ineffable, so that's completely outside of the categories of time and space, let's say, and who doesn't make himself present as a being, who doesn't have a heavenly council, who has no hierarchy between the pinnacle and Earth itself, tends to float off into space, becomes so abstract that you can't have a relationship with him, and then he disappears.
In many ways, this is what Christianity provides with the New Testament and the figure of Jesus. And that's why I think for a lot of Christians, the more important question for you and the question that they're in...
Now I need to get Discord. Dude, like... This is the guild leader. How can I see him? Oi, amor. Cuidado,
Maria, vou
neném.
mostrar uma coisa.
Hum.
Vamos mostrar pro papai. Maria, mostra pro papai o uau uau.
Cadê
Cadê?
o bom?
Mostra. Não. Mostra o burro pro
Esse!
papai. O burro agora.
O burro, cadê
O
o
burro não
burro?
é esse. Isso.
Esse,
Mostra o pássaro pro
filha!
papai.
O
O pássaro.
pássaro,
Isso. E cadê a
esse!
flor? Onde tá a flor? Mostra a flor pro papai. A flor. Aí, esse é o
Aí!
papai.
Que neném inteligente! Muito bem,
Maria.
filha. Ui, cuidado,
Agora esse
papai.
aqui, ó. Maria, mostra o uau uau pro papai.
Au, au. É
Isso.
isso!
E cadê os homens? Os homens.
Isso,
E a flor? Cadê
filha!
a flor, filha?
A flor! Eu sei de tudo, mamãe. Que linda, que linda. Oh, dude. Sagfey. Oh, dude. He was raped right now. Eu tô rindo do jogo, amor. Eu tô falando inglês, meu bem. Ah, eu tô com ciúmes. Ok. Hmm. Not this one. Carnival. Okay, I guess this is the one. Alrighty, I'm going to lake some. Just a second. Okay, let's fucking go. Wow. So at this AFK time, I got Discord going, and yeah, I guess I'm not willing to hear Jordan Peterson. He's fine. He's really fine. Oh, oh, this one will be great. Fuck yeah.
Everyone, Christ is risen. God bless you. Thanks a lot for
I
tuning
love
in.
this guy. I just love this guy, man.
Prepared for your edification today that I'm entitling Humility.
Let's go Triumph Forge.
Humility Month. The wonderful month of June. Such an incredible month where there is lots of sun coming out, graduations, accomplishments celebrated, Father's Day. Such a great month. It has been, of course, co-opted by the sexual revolutionaries and turned into Pride Month, so-called Pride Month. What a name. You know that the very name June comes from the name of the Greco-Roman goddess Juno.
No.
Patroness of marriage and childbirth.
Oh, there you go.
It's ironic.
Ironic, yes.
That in the secular West, June is now dominated by
faggots.
activists and
Yeah.
their mindless political supporters.
What the fuck, man?
Who have turned it into Gay Pride Month. It's ironic because the Greco-Roman world,
Just comment on that. So, this pride stuff, it's all about getting the orthodoxy away. So it's about getting the most heterosexual month, as he told us that this month is named before the god Juno from the Romans. And so they will get the most heterosexual month of all, and they will name it theirs. Now it's all ours. So they keep doing this a lot. This is their way of thriving, and it's a successful way. It's really a bad thing to confess, but the truth is that they are succeeding. So their methods work. Let's hear Father Josiah, not Father Josh, Father Josiah Trenham.
appealed to in LGBT literature as something of a cultural precedent for the radical movement that we face today, since there are really no other examples that can be legitimately appealed to. It's ironic that that culture, which gave us the name June and from the goddess Juno, that even in the toleration of forms of same-sex attraction, especially the pedophilia that was so common at certain times of Greco-Roman society.
Yeah,
even that society
that's right.
never thought that any society could succeed without the marriage of a man and a woman and their natural fruit of procreation, protected and supported in every way by the culture and the state. There is no one in there's no time in Greco-Roman society where we have what we see today, which is the exaltation of sexual perversion and the complete effort to decimate traditional marriage.
Yeah,
Marriage between a man and a woman, which has been embraced.
That's their
in history.
objective.
We've never seen this before, and no one can appeal to ancient Greece or Rome to support this idea. Marriage is the bedrock of society, the foundation of the state. And today's LGBT activists have the goal, specific goal, and it's very manifest in their literature and in their gay and lesbian studies programs at universities all over the West, to completely decimate marriage, to redefine
Yeah.
marriage
Yeah.
out of existence.
Yeah, that's their goal.
If you want to know more about this history of the movement, I would refer you to a lecture that I gave that's on YouTube. It's called Gay Iconoclasm. I gave this at the World Congress of Families in Tbilisi, Georgia in 2016, where I describe the history from 1966 until that time. It was a 50-year history. In 2016, it's a 58-year history now, beginning with the first gay pride parade in Los Angeles as the activists dragged a 20-foot papier-mâché phallus down Wilshire Boulevard. I cannot get away from how symbolic that action is at the heart of the LGBT movement, and they're continuing to do it today all over the world if they can, to shock civilized people by this public presentation of immorality and perversion, such that no one thinks that it's anything special anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
The tolerance tyrants have made a lot of progress in the last 58 years, stigmatizing Jesus and his apostles and the church. And this year, LA City Hall flew the gay pride flag for the first time. Miami,
Shit.
the city of Riverside, flew it for the first time last year, much to our disgrace, much to the offense of half of the population in our county.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate the endorsement of a
So see, this is what I was talking about. They are like willing to make theirs what's not theirs. So they have no respect. They won't respect your limits and your beliefs. They won't. They will always try to get what's yours every time. So we do respect gay people to like be gay. I mean, you can be gay as far as you want. I have no problem with that. But they want the family. They want Christian marriage. They want the month of June, the month that is attributed to the heterosexual Roman god. So they want all that is not theirs. And this is like revolutionary. And I mean it on a bad sense. So, fuck. Let's keep hearing Father Josiah.
a political advocacy group that is so divisive, being championed by our mayor and city council. It's a great disgrace to our city.
What?
We have made a lot of progress. Made a lot of progress.
Glad I made it.
But woe to those who stigmatize Jesus Christ. Woe to those who undermine his teaching. Woe to those who attack his apostles and their teaching. Woe to those who attack his church. There is no future in this. He will not be defeated. The church will not be crushed under this outbreak of perversion. It's not going to happen.
That's good faith.
The LGBT political advocacy has captured the morally vacuous political leadership of the West, of the falling secular West. Our technocrat oligarchs support it. Most of the world does not. That's a fact, and it's becoming quite clear.
Bill Gates.
President Obama established as a key to his political advocacy for the LGBTs, which of course he lied about a lot, because he knew he needed to get the traditional American vote to win. So he conveniently, immediately after winning his second presidential term, flipped on his previous opposition to gay marriage, began to support it, of course. Then he established an ambassadorship for the promotion of the LGBT agenda. This means that he created someone to represent him and our nation to go around the world
Wow.
promoting this as a core element of our foreign policy. How is the
Wow.
promotion of the LGBT movement and its opposition and its vicious attack upon traditional morality of all of the religious peoples of the nation of America, Christians, Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, all of whom oppose this on principle by their religion, how is that fundamental to our foreign policy? Since that
It's not. And shit, man, this is just like fucked up. Because, so let's take the pride flag, that banner of theirs. It's being like put forward in every public American institution. It's like, dude, what that has to do with state policies and state like identity? They are really like unrespectful. They are they have no limits. That's, I guess, the best I can say, being educated. So it's he's speaking about Obama's policies, and at our times it's even worse, I guess. All is messed up, man. It's bad. Our situation is bad. Let's keep hearing.
time, these politicians have been trying to shove this rebellion down the throats of the world, making even foreign aid. We've refused to help the poor of Africa unless they embrace the perversions of the falling West, unless they
Messed
champion
up.
the LGBTs. And there's no continent that is more opposed to the embrace of homosexuality than the African continent. But we
Yeah.
created a condition for receiving foreign aid. We've pushed it in Central and Eastern European nations, and the populist movements there thankfully have opposed this very strongly because they still believe in the family and they still believe in having children, unlike the premiers of the Western European countries. It was at the heart of the Ukrainian conflict, if you can remember, in 2014 in the revolution. We imported gay pride flags. We pushed this.
Oh shit.
We Americans pushed this big time into the heart of the Ukrainian conflict.
It's good to say, Father Josiah, he is an Orthodox priest. So America is a Protestant country, and it's on their history. You can't deny that they are very, very Protestant on their history. So what I find bizarre is that the United States of America, they were founded as a Christian country. So the Protestants, they flewed. I'm not sure if how to pronounce it. They left the New England country. The Old England country to go to New England. That was America, and they were Protestant, and they made Protestant cities and Protestant laws. They were Christian, like Christian as fuck. They were really, really Christian. And now we have those guys lifting up pride flags, like financing pride flags to a foreign country. Like, dude, what the fuck is going on? So that's why I say they are successful. They are thriving. It's bizarre, but they are having success. And their strategy works. It works. They have no strength, but they manage to do those things. So they have a strategy that works, and we should be aware of it. But not only aware, we should also try to get what the good things that we could get in our favor. That's the point. Let's keep hearing Father Josiah.
China and their Confucianist revival is pushing back very strongly against this, and they have taken actions as a nation to protect their young people from the gross perversions of the LGBT movement. China, Confucianist China, is ahead of us in a basic sense of sexual morality. How sad is that? And recently, it's become part of NATO policy. NATO policy that if you're going to be involved in a defensive league that NATO claims to be, you have to embrace the LGBT. What in the world could the promotion of homosexuality and sexual anarchy, how could...
So just a comment, this quest, I guess it's wrong on Quest UI, because it's supposed to be here. Oh, fuck. It's here. Okay, never mind. I'm done.
Sexual anarchy be necessary for NATO membership. That's how nuts, really, we have become. This morning I read a beautiful text from 2 Corinthians chapter 7, verses 1 and 2. Let me read it to you. Let us cleanse, this is St. Paul to the Corinthians, let us cleanse ourselves from all defilement of flesh and spirit, perfecting holiness in the fear of God. We apostles corrupted no one. We took advantage of no one. St. Paul. But this is the Christian mind. Let us perfect holiness in the fear of God and cleanse ourselves from all defilement of the flesh and the spirit. And let's try to be like the apostles.
Okay.
That we corrupt no one. The LGBT movement is corrupting the innocent. It is corrupting the young.
So that's the strategy problem. Their strategy is to be like the serpent. It's to be like the devil. So we cannot be like the devil. Those who are committed to truth cannot embrace lies in order to, and propagate lies in order to convince others to follow them. So our objectives, they must be achieved with the fear of God. I guess that's the point. They fear not God, so they are willing to lie over and over again. And fuck, I can't do this. This is dumb. I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not sure. This is dumb, but this is like suggestive, right? This is suggestive. Fucking game. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get there at the exclamation mark, and it's on the other side, right? It's not here. Okay, I'll try to figure this out. And so that's the commentary. Their strategy is evil. So we must learn from what we can. Many things we just can't learn anything. All right, let's keep hearing him.
Of course, this is most obvious in the promotion of the whole drag queen movement to little children. 5 years old, 6-year-olds. Take the grotesque and make it normative, make it seem fine, pleasant even. This is corrupting the young, and woe to those who corrupt the young, our Savior says.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, the church seeks every person, loves every person, wants every person. We want to connect every person to the love of God.
Yes,
We
we
want every
do.
person, regardless of what they have been involved with in their life,
Yes.
we want them to be washed in the sacred waters of baptism, to
Yes.
be made whole, to be brought into union with God and with the church.
Yes, we do.
Plenty of former LGBT activists are now pious and God-loving Orthodox Christians. Tons of people have become Christians from this movement, and it's only increasing as the rottenness of the movement and its failure to produce is becoming evident. It's
That's
becoming
right.
clear, I think, to the world that the fruit of the sexual revolution is misery, absolute misery.
Yes.
These beloved who are coming to the church came the same way that the rest of us wretches came. Like the way that the divorced have come, tons of the divorced, and those who have been in illicit unions, which has become so normative now as we have attacked marriage for so many decades. They've come into the church the same way, with humility, to find wholeness and to be joined to God. That's an even bigger problem, by the way. The promotion of no-fault divorce is an even bigger problem than the LGBTs, but it's all part of the same revolution, all part of the same rebellion.
Yes.
Tons of these former LGBT activists are now pious believers, serving God, and they've come just the way that the divorced have come, just the way those who have lived in multiple unions have come, just the way that the greedy have come, just the way that the felons have come, the same way the Pharisees of our time have come, the same way that the atheists have come, and the same way that wretches like myself have come. And that is in repentance, in
Yes.
humility, not championing our
Yes.
mistakes, not pulling up our
Yes.
sins and saying, you must honor them, and if you don't, you're not loving.
Yes. 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 This is so right. I have chats with lots of people from the pride side, and they are too proud to submit to God. And man, that can't work. That simply can't work. Because if you are willing to become a Christian, you must be humble. It's just like that. You must be humble. You can't be proud of your sins and also want to be a Christian. It's nonsensical. It's dumb. So yeah, Father Josiah is right. He is right. He is just right. Let's keep hearing him on this subject.
Not true. It just so happens in the province of God that the church carries peace, joy, and righteousness and offers it to every person. The LGBT movement does not produce peace, joy, and righteousness. Only Jesus and his church do that. This is the week in our celebrations in Holy Orthodoxy. This is the week of the Samaritan woman. Sunday, we read the account from John chapter 4, the amazing account of Jesus' interaction with Fotini, the Samaritan woman. The coinciding of the beginning of Pride Month, of this co-opted month of June, together with the Sunday of the Samaritan woman and the whole week that follows. We're now on, this is Tuesday of the week of the Samaritan woman. For a whole week, we Orthodox Christians meditate upon the Samaritan woman. I think that the coincidence is not that at all. It's a providence. It's a providence. Because the witness of Fotina, the witness of the Samaritan woman, is so important in this public discussion about the sexual revolution. This was a woman who was sexually ruined, so confused. She had been married 5 times and was living with a 6th man when she met Jesus. Obviously, she was confused, torn to pieces, and deeply corrupted. But Jesus saw that she was thirsty. He saw her heart.
Yes.
Not just her sins and her weakness. He saw her as one that he wanted, as he wants us all.
Yes.
And he saved her without a word of reproach, by the way. He made her a saint. He made her into a champion of love and purity. He made her into a martyr and equal to the apostle.
Oi!
A woman, Saint Fotini is. And she gave everything to
Rapidinho.
Christ. She humbled herself.
Só um instante.
And she went and told her whole village, come see a man who told me everything that I have done. Can you imagine what if she was proud? She would have said, how dare you judge me? There's nothing wrong with being married 5 times and living with a 6th man. It's perfectly fine. Could you imagine? But she wasn't. She was humble. She was humble. And having found peace, she left her water pot at the well, Jacob's well, because St. Romanos the Melodist says the living water of Christ had come into her. And she bore that living water of Christ. It produced an immediate humility and a great concern for her friends and neighbors, her fellow villagers. And she went and told them everything. Come see the man who knows our hearts. We can't hide our sins from him, but he loves us.
Oi, o que, amor? Eu falei só um instante.
And he doesn't judge us. He's come to save us. And soon they all confessed, her whole village, that we have come to believe that you are the Savior of the world. They confessed to Christ. What an evangelist this woman was.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to end by a great encouragement to reject pride and Pride Month.
Yeah.
Pride is a vice, the chief of vices. Pride ruins our life.
Yes,
Humility, however, is magnificent.
it is.
I want to end with a beautiful word from the great St. John Cassian. It comes from his famous text, The Institutes, 12 chapters on the virtues and the vices. This particular volume was translated by Boniface Ramsey in the year 2000. It's part of the Ancient Christian Writers series, Newman Press, an incredible edition of Cassian's writings. You can also find this in an abbreviated form in a text called On the Virtues and the Vices, which is in the volume 1 of the Philokolia.
Awesome.
Listen to what he says about pride and humility, and let that alter your mind about how you should think about so-called Pride Month. The spirit of pride. There is no other vice, then, which so reduces to naught every virtue, and so despoils and impoverishes a human being of all righteousness and holiness as does the evil of pride.
Yeah.
Nothing's worse.
Yeah.
So evil is pride that God announces that he himself is its adversary. God is opposed to the proud, but gives grace to the humble.
Yes.
It doesn't say this about people who are caught in other vices. And so God, the creator and physician of the universe, knowing that pride is the cause and source of our maladies, saw to it that contraries would be healed by contraries, so that what had collapsed through pride would rise again through humility.
Haha. Yes.
Let us make June, dear ones, Humility Month.
There you go.
God be with you.
Yes, sir.
Nectar Public.
Okay, so fuck, this is great, man. This is great. This is awesome. The solution, the response to pride should be humility. So if this is Pride Month, we that are committed to truth, we should be humble. And we should be humble again. And not the false humility that some people put forward, as if such humility would be like the true humility. It's not. And I mean by false humility, like accepting things, accepting and embracing the absurd, the wrong, the bad, in order to make yourself appear to be humble in the eyes of others. And that's no humility. That's just being dumb. If I'm looking at it with a good presupposition. So we shouldn't be cowards. We shouldn't be embracing the wrong. We just need to be like humble, truly humble. And to be humble is to accept what's wrong and what's right, because God, not not ourselves, but God said that this is wrong and this is right. So there's nothing more humble than to accept what God says, to accept his authority, to accept that he is the creator, we are not, we are creatures. This is to be humble. So this is a great video, great content. I'm giving it a like, and I recommend this channel, Artistic Nectar Films. It's really good. And okay, so at the moment my daughter is calling me, so I'll be AFK. But I'm glad that you're here with me. Thanks to be watching, and I'll be just right now AFK. Let's go. Thank you. I'll be back. Sabe disso até hoje. Oh wow, dude. He had the greatest of the meals. Macaroni with meat. Huge chunks of meat. Okay. So good. So good. So good. Let's put the AFK music like right here. And wow, let's get back. Okay, so we did have a great time. Listening to Father Josiah. I'm just taking a look at the chat to see if I was mentioned, and I wasn't. All right, this is easier. I have configured that in order to be easy. So, já vai dormir? Ei, você vai trazer ela, né? Pra eu abençoar? É, ué, desce e sobe. Preciso de exercício. É. Okay, so we had a great time listening to Father Josiah, and I'm just choosing what are we going to listen next. Okay, TikTok invasion. Andrew Wilson.
No, I didn't say any of that.
Andrew Wilson,
keep and
there
bear
it
arms
is.
clause in the Second Amendment for keeping and bearing arms. Very specific
Let me
what the
put this
militia is
up.
speaking to. They're talking about personal arms. The Supreme Court
Okay.
has ruled that that's what they're speaking
That's
to.
great.
And the states, what the states are doing is they're pretending that the Supreme Court hasn't already ruled that that's what
It's
the
unavailable.
intention of the Second Amendment was
Of course,
for. But
it's
here you are,
live.
blue states regulating it, making sure people can't get CPLs, can't protect their families, but at the same time complaining the red states might, rigorously oppose abortion where they believe it's murder.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like hypocrisy to me.
No, I just don't know how come
Andrew Wilson is like a mind rapist.
if you're not if you're an upstanding citizen and you go purchase a weapon,
I don't know what to say.
and that weapon is registered to you and you're responsible for that weapon, I think that can only help the community because we don't want
Okay.
children and innocent people being murdered.
Then let me give you a
Shut the fuck up.
If I made you register for your free speech activities, would that be an infringement?
My free speech isn't murdering children.
That's not my question, sir.
Fuck.
I asked you if
What the
you had
fuck,
to go
man?
register for
Those
free speech
arguments.
activity, would that be an infringement?
My speech isn't causing people to.
I would
use their
argue that speech causes even more damage than almost anything else. On
Yeah.
planet
Sure
Earth.
you do.
Yeah,
don't
there
think
you
so?
go.
You don't think that speech can
No,
cause
you-
more damage than anything else?
All propagation of ideas come from speech.
Freedom of ideas and freedom of thought is something
Yeah.
conservatives hate.
That's a straw man. That's a total straw
Ah,
man.
shut
I'm
up.
asking you a specific question.
Shut the fuck up.
To lock up journalists? Why did Trump say that journalists should be arrested?
Why
for
are you
country
doing a
threatening
non sequitur and trying to pivot to Trump? We're talking about constitutional rights in the various states.
Yeah, because
You're just throwing out a red herring, bro.
No, this is what Trump has been posting on.
What
his
does our
social.
argument have to do with Trump?
Yeah.
Because Trump is the leader of the conservative movement. He doesn't believe that we should have.
Yeah, but he's not the
Shut
leader
up,
of the
man.
red states versus the blue states. They have independent governors. They have independent parties, and they have their own populations. Trump is not the dictator of the United States, nor is he the dictator of red states, any more than Biden is the dictator of blue states. That's a total
Yeah.
red herring to try to throw off from the fact that if you don't have to register for free
Yeah,
speech,
yeah,
you
yeah,
consider
yeah.
that to be an infringement. If you consider that to be an infringement, then you would have to consider regulating the Second Amendment to also be an infringement. I don't see how you get around that.
Because here's my theory: is that when you purchase a weapon, right? I think you should be responsible for that weapon. So if that weapon ends up in the wrong hands, or it ends up like somebody gets a hold of it and they commit a crime, they commit a murder, I think you should be responsible for that weapon.
Would you
Purchase
extend that
weapon.
to speech? That you should be responsible?
Mm-hmm.
At the
There
same
you
time,
go.
Murdering people.
Oh, it
They're
can
not-
be.
no,
Oh, no, it can
nobody's
be.
It can be,
Nobody's
yes.
gonna use my words and go shoot up a school with
No,
my
no, no.
words.
Oh.
What you do is use your words instead to pass policy, which can arguably kill far more people.
Yeah.
You're not making any sense.
No. That makes total
You're
sense.
not
No.
making
Most
any
dictators, for
sense.
instance, utilize speech. They don't go themselves
What a
with a
faggot.
firearm and do anything. They utilize
Come on.
words in order to motivate people to commit heinous acts of crimes against humanity, right? Same thing happens
Yeah.
in the United States. You have tons of people inside the political arena on
Yeah.
both sides of the aisle who utilize effective rhetoric in order to push policies which arguably do way more harm than anything an individual with a firearm could ever do.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, well, we saw Trump when he told people to go fight like hell in the Capitol was attacked.
Oh, great.
We
So
almost
then,
lost-
so then, if we're in agreement, why don't you have to register for speech?
Well, we almost. There's no way you can register for speech.
No,
We almost
why not?
lost- listen, if you're using, 'cause
He's
you already
he's
got
claiming
riot,
responsibility
if you're
over
inciting a
all.
riot with your speech, you can be held accountable for that.
Yeah,
He's
and without
right.
discharging your firearm irresponsibly, you're held liable for that too.
Yeah.
You
So
are-
what's your point? So if you have to register the one, why not register the other?
Yeah. Just
because
be
these guns are
coherent.
Flowing into the hands. People are buying these guns and they're flooding the streets with these things and they're selling them to people who have ill intentions.
And people are using speech irresponsibly in order to motivate the population of the United States to riot in the streets, to burn down police stations, to do all sorts of things. That's all.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the police riots of 2020?
No, I'm talking
No.
about all the time this happens, where
All the
speech is
time, yes.
utilized in order to motivate public policy, which
Like-
leads to detrimental outcomes for millions of people. Not just theirs.
Like the Chinese Revolution,
Police
or
riots of 2020.
like
I'm more than happy to talk about the police riots. of
That's not what I said.
the Soviet
Bro,
Revolution.
Bro, that's not what I said. You're just red
Speech
herring.
matters.
Answer to the argument, please.
No, you brought up.
You're just
you know
gonna red
what sparked
herring
the
again.
Police riots? Police riots where the government murdered.
Oh, dude, I love Andrew Wilson. He's
They
great.
didn't murder a citizen in cold blood. That's insane.
Yeah.
The police were found guilty of murdering.
You mean because there was a guy who was high on the same drugs that you want to legalize? That guy? The guy who was
Gotcha.
high on the same drugs
Gotcha,
that you're
bitch.
demanding
Mhm.
found guilty of murdering George Floyd. And
Yeah,
so
it's-
what? You know what's funny?
And
This guy's
O.J.
great,
Simpson was
man.
found not
And so
guilty.
what? And so
O.J. Simpson was found not guilty.
Here's why this.
By the way, the video is live, so
they'll
that's why
always
I'm not
they'll
pausing
always
to
have
make
citizens, and
comments.
they'll always back the government. and the
We'll
police.
do live
That's
stuff.
why that matters. So you-
Always live
The
right
police
now.
are
Of somebody who
citizens.
licks
The
the
police are
we-
citizens.
The police are the government.
Okay,
They're
fucking
citizens.
class.
We used to ask how Germany happened. Germany happened because of people like you.
No. It happened because people like you who want to take away the guns but not regulate the speech. How do you think? How do you think that guy got into power? Do you think that he went door to door with his own personal firearm and forced people to follow him, or did he use the power of verbal jujitsu?
No, because
Verbal jujitsu.
Yeah, no, I think it's because people like you who don't want to allow people.
Yeah, man, they struggle. They really struggle.
They cheered for Hitler just like you're cheering for.
No, you
cheered for Hitler.
dude.
Just like you're cheering
Hitler.
for Trump. I lose my patience with Trump supporters.
Fuck off,
lost
man.
me.
I need to move on.
He speaks
Can we
Hitler.
get some coke?
What a faggot. Who the fuck is this guy?
Can we get some
I'm
coke?
gonna bring some other people.
Where's the coke?
The guy had nothing but. When you start simping for the police, when you say that the police aren't the government, when you say that the police are the citizens,
Who
not
the fuck is
government,
this
you've got
guy,
no-
man?
You've got no standing on.
Cope. Chat is like TikTok invasion.
Good.
I just wanted to tell that guy one thing. When you read the Second Amendment, it starts with one phrase: a well-regulated militia.
Okay.
Now they want to talk about you don't need a
Got
militia
it.
and its individual rights. It still starts with the words a well-regulated. That means doing stuff like registering guns and having laws and curbing the weapons.
Let me
that you're
back on to
supposed
argue
have.
with this
So
idiot.
his whole thing, why are you doing it to only that? Because the First Amendment doesn't say anything about regulated. Only amendment that has a thing in it that says regulated is the Second Amendment. That's why we can regulate the
Oh, dude, I
guns that
can't
they
wait to
have,
tear this
because
guy to
it's in
pieces.
the fucking amendment itself.
Can't wait.
That's the end of that whole debate. I wanted to help you argue.
I'll bring him
Oh
back.
boy. I'm anxious as well.
Oh, so you just wanted to come in and dump a bunch of stuff, but refused? Yeah. Yes.
Andrew, can I just say one thing, please, real quick?
Sure.
Before this goes even further into the police, which is why I'm not up here. I got invited up a little bit late into the conversation. But I do want to go back to the freedom of speech thing, where you believe that the freedom of speech does not hurt anybody. And where I'm going to go with this is mental health awareness.
I'm sorry. Are you talking to me, or are you talking? To
No, I'm talking to the host.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Words can hurt, and I'm learning this more and more as I go into these lives. And we want to talk about mental health, and we want to talk about mental health awareness. So I'm going to
Ma'am, before we get to that, do you mind if I just hash this gun thing out with this guy real quick? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Please do, because I don't have that much time.
Yeah. So anyway, you're referencing a preamble. It says so. The preamble, the entire amendment goes like this: a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Everywhere else in the Constitution, where there is an amendment, when it references the people, that means it goes to the prospective people instead of the states. You're referencing a preamble. This has been ruled on more times than any other thing that I'm aware of in the Constitution. We know exactly what a preamble is.
Oh, he came in hot.
That means you take out the two things before it. It really should say a well-regulated militia is necessary for a free state.
Oh, well then how come firearm ownership wasn't regulated when the amendment passed?
Oh, nice pivot and red herring.
That's not a red herring.
Exactly what you did.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, you're pivoting to
There's no
something
pivot.
else.
I'm explaining to you that it's a preamble. It's been ruled by the Supreme Court as being a preamble, and on top of that,
It's not a
why
preamble.
didn't?
If you write out the sentence,
Bro, it's who ruled that
write
it?
out the sentence.
Show me that where the Supreme Court ruled that it's not a preamble.
I don't care.
You don't
what
care.
Other people's
I
opinions
know.
Are. We can look at that plainly.
You don't care, I know.
Regulated militia is necessary for a free state. The rest of the
What
other
the fuck,
That's not what
man?
it says.
Add on to that sentence.
You're just
That's
lying.
it.
That's
If
not
you
what it
look-
says.
I'm saying if you read it and you want to take out the other stuff between the commas, that's exactly what it would
Yeah,
say.
if you
Right,
mean
that's-
if you
that's
change the
changing
amendment, it would say
something.
something else. You're a genius. You're
No,
right.
No, you're trying to say
Brilliant.
It was a preamble preamble. It's
It was
not.
a preamble.
All right, I'm trying to tell you. If you don't look at the rest, if you're trying to ignore the rest and act like it's preamble, it wouldn't make sense.
Yes, it does make sense. It's not only. It has not only been ruled.
Let's
as
keep
being
hearing.
Preamble.
So that's just reading composition, bro. 101.
All right.
So essentially, what you're saying is that if you take out the amendment and change it to something else, it'll say something else. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I agree. If you change the amendment, it would be
that's not what
changed.
I'm trying to say.
But what the Supreme, hang on, let me finish. The Supreme Court itself has ruled this as a preamble. They've ruled it as a preamble. It clearly is a preamble. Who do the rights of the people? Who is that referencing? The right of the who to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Does it say the militia or the people?
It's saying, all right. What you're trying to say is it goes to the individual person, not the government, right?
Like all rights of the people?
Yes.
Yes.
But it's still well regulated.
No, the preamble is just saying that a well-regulated militia is necessary for the security of a free state. I agree, it is. The best way to do that, how do we secure that? By giving the right to the people to keep and bear arms. That's what it says, literally. That's what it says.
It still has the word regulated in it.
Oh, that's great. How's the word regulated in it? I guess you don't know how to read. I thought we were doing Comprehension 101. Free state. I agree.
Well
it is.
regulated.
The best way to do that. And right of the people refers to who?
Yes. The whole thing is
The
is
right
talking about-
of the
it's all-
people
it's the Bill of
refers to
Rights.
who?
It's the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, so the right of the people
Bill
can't be
of
infringed,
Rights.
correct?
It says shall not be infringed. Yes.
Yeah, so if the right of the people can't be infringed, then the preamble for the militia doesn't matter because it doesn't say the right of the militia shall not be infringed.
You guys dissect it into something that it's really not.
Oh, I
It's
see. We
crazy-
just
it's crazy
understand
how
it. Yeah.
No, you really don't. It's crazy how you guys start reading words that aren't there.
Yeah,
If you
good.
go
That's a
and
great
actually
argument.
go-
Oh, fantastic
I'm telling
argument.
You, if you have anybody who understands this plain language and you ignore everything the Supreme Court says, they literally added commas, or not commas, they literally added periods and acted like a period and a semicolon and a comma or a fucking two or totally different things. They don't understand. They don't mean what they mean.
I'm sorry.
It makes
I
no
don't
sense
understand.
at
I don't
all.
understand. Okay. So if you were to take out the preamble like you're talking about, and it just said the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and that's all it said, would that make sense to you?
Wait, say that again.
If it just said the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed with no preamble, that would make just as much sense as your argument of saying absent the preamble, this makes no sense. Yes, it does. It makes perfect
But no,
sense,
not
even
really,
absent the
because-
preamble.
Because if you read what the actual founding fathers were saying when they wrote this,
Oh, I
because
thought
they
that was a
can't
red
write
herring 5
everything.
seconds ago when I brought it up.
No, I was just making fun of what
Oh, so now we
He
can go
brings
into
that
red
up.
herring? Okay, well, let's do that.
Wow.
Well,
It's
hey,
not a red
Andrew,
herring,
why
it's
aren't
actual-
grenades
you're
legal?
talking about Lou's ghettos.
Why aren't grenades legal?
They are legal. You can have a license to own grenades.
Why do you need a license? Why can't I go to Walmart and just buy a box of grenades?
Because of the interpretation of the Constitution of the Second Amendment, which occurred in
I'm
the
glad you say interpretation.
yeah this occurred in the early 1900s, and it's for the same reason a lot of NFA items happened. There was a lot of gangster movies and things like this. Same reason they outlawed switchblades is because of there was a bunch of movies about teenagers with switchblades. It creates a public hysteria,
Was
and
that
so
infringement?
there's a movement.
Was that an infringement?
Yeah, the NFA was an infringement. Yes.
Okay.
See, here's the whole thing.
There
about
you go.
stuff. And Andrew, I don't know if you can unplug your mic and replug back in. You got a lot of like static and feedback.
Hey, actually, guys, I gotta run. I gotta go run my dog to the dog park. But
All right.
I'll
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Real quick, can I just say this? Either you allow everything, like bombs and everything, or you allow nothing. And
Oh,
that's-
okay. Yeah.
that's where
Is
I-
that the same thing with freedom of speech? Do you allow everything or allow nothing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So
That's a
then
nice
you would
comparison
allow
he's
people to yell
making.
fire in a crowded room?
Yes, and honestly,
Yes?
I think I think the citizen should have more than an AR. To be honest, if you want to go by how they intended it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, then great. I guess we're in agreement then. Thank you for making my point for
Yeah.
me. Have a great day. Sorry, ended the live. Ended the live, or I would have kept going.
Wow.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was. What the fuck, man?
Lots of fun. More fun than a human being should be allowed to have. A very highly successful first invasion here on the Crucible. Now it's time, though, ladies and gentlemen, to take an obscene profit break. We're going to lose. We're at 2.2 or 2.4 thousand viewers right now, I think, 2.4. We're probably going to lose a few hundred because we're taking an obscene profit break. There's always a few hundred people who are like, oh, now we're gonna do a profit break for the Crucible. I'm out of here for that. I'm out of here. But we do. Let's see if we can't fill that dono bar up a little bit. Couch Hop says that was fun to watch. Good. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. Off to a great start for today's TikTok invasion. That was awful. Then go the fuck away. Go cry somewhere else. Go cry. Go find any content that's on podcast anywhere on the internet. You won't be able to.
Yes.
You
Yes.
ain't going fucking anywhere. You're going to be right here, glued to this shit the entire time it's happening, and you know it. Just stop lying to me. Stop lying to me.
Fuck.
You're gonna be,
He's
your
right,
ass gonna be
man.
glued to your chair watching this shit the whole time because you ain't going to find nothing else on that's good.
Yep.
You ain't going to find nothing else on that's this good. You just ain't. Sorry. Obscene profit break. Let's see if we can't raise a few $100, get that dono bar up so I can continue today's phenomenal TikTok invasion. Shifty McVeigh for $5 says, Andrew, not smart to commit double in broad daylight. Thank you. Appreciate that. A lot of fun to do. At least that guy was a good sport. Let me back on to argue my case. I have no problems with that at all. Nick gifts 10 Crucible memberships. Appreciate that very much. There's your crown, sir. These invasions are a lot of fun, says Inman. They sure are. They're more fun than a human being should be allowed to have.
Oi, filho. Oi, papai.
Better? Yeah, of course. I was a little disappointed yesterday. I can get
Você tomou banhozinho?
occasionally, once or twice a year, I can feel a little bit sorry for myself. For
papai.
no good reason. I get over it quick. Relax. Relax.
Oi, filho.
It's the LD gifts 5 Crucible memberships.
Oi, meu amor.
That Douglas Englehart says, now that was an ass
É, a
whooping.
mamãe.
It was an ass whooping. They needed it. They needed it. It was good for
Mamãe.
them. Oh, the red states regulate things. Don't you regulate things? But that's different. That's different. It's different when we do it. It's different when I regulate stuff that I don't like. But we do it to keep you, to protect you. Oh, well, don't the red states do that to protect themselves too? It's different. They don't like weed. Thomas J. Foolery says, my favorite interactions are the Protestant ones. Those are hilarious. Really looking forward to the upcoming Sola Scriptura debates. Yeah, I'm sure that we'll run into a couple of lunatic Protestants while we're on TikTok this fine day. J-Rock $5 says, you should host a How to Debate seminar live. We have modules which are coming out soon. I'm sure you guys will enjoy those. They're going to cost a lot.
Oi, filho.
Not selling them for cheap.
Oi, meu amor.
But you guys don't have to buy them if you don't want to either. Fuck Commies for $10 says, easiest way to disprove the argument over the preamble, a well-balanced breakfast is necessary to the start of a healthy day. The right of the people to keep and eat food shall not be infringed.
Tá com a mamãe,
That's
é?
really good. That's actually really good. Huh.
Oi. Oi, filho.
I'm totally
Oi.
stealing that from you, dude. That's a really, really good
Papai.
argument. Like, surprisingly
Oi,
really
filho.
good argument. Thank you. Thank you for that. Bad Influence sends in $5. Appreciate that very much. Almost to $100
Well,
today's $2,000 dono goal. We still got a ways to go. We'll pop over real quick to the dono chat, see where we're at over there. For the rest of this high octane, high energy stream
Papaizinho.
that you see before you this fine Wednesday
Oi,
afternoon.
filho.
TikTok invasion for
Oi,
those
meu
of you who
amor.
are at work.
Oi.
Nothing else like it anywhere on the internet. $5
Ah.
from Will says, thank you, Crucible. Thank you.
É,
$4 comes in
filhota.
from Eugene. Hi, Andrew. I'm here. Oh,
Papai.
sorry. I read that yesterday.
Papai.
90 Zebra sends in $5. Says, my wife just got a raise at work,
Yeah.
which really means I just got a raise at work. Yes.
Esse é o botão, né?
Here's some of my pay bump. Shit.
No.
Thanks, man. $5 comes in from Sloth. He says, reading comprehension 101. Regulated. The word meant
Yeah.
something very different when that constitutional amendment was
Papai.
written. This guy doesn't English for shit. No, it's just he was trying to be snarky, and it just didn't work
Tá
out.
filmando?
Turbo Phantom says, I love these TikTok invasions, by the way. You think I forgot? I didn't. Here's my 5. I
Ai,
need
que
10
lindo,
back.
mamãe.
Joey Jux for 5
Eu
says,
gosto muito desse cara, o
would you rather have
Andrew
carnal
Wilson.
knowledge with a female or oh man, a female bear or a female bear?
E ele é
I think I
ortodoxo
would
também.
take the bear.
Só que ele é debatedor, né?
I think I would take the bear.
Ele entra nas lives do
Would you
TikTok.
guys take that? I think I'd take the bear. I'd have to take the bear.
Ele entra nas lives do TikTok que o pessoal
As
é
heinous as that would be,
heterodoxo,
yeah,
né?
I think so. I think
Qualquer
so.
pessoa que não é ortodoxa.
Think so. A couple
Que
$100 bucks
foi,
to go
bebê?
before we continue with the
É o
TikTok invasion
pijaminha.
today. Couch Hop says,
Sem
for 10 bucks,
chorinho.
what is work? It's a job. It's nothing but work.
Aí ele entra nas lives do
For 5 bucks
TikTok
to do the
e
artwork
debate
thing, that was
com
hilarious. Catching the dude, like,
quem
doing
tá
headlights
falando
before he
merda.
joined. Yeah, that was fun.
Bem
Johnny
interessante.
Brave sends in 100. I don't know what those are.
Inclusive
I think
protestantes.
it's like $5 American, but I appreciate it. Johnny's very kind of you.
Homossexuais.
Like the symbol looks like a
Ele
little
estava
tornado.
debatendo agora com uma pessoa que era contra o livre acesso a armas nos Estados
TikTok
Unidos.
invasions. Everybody loves them.
Oi, filha.
Again, some of the finest content anywhere
Oi.
on the interwebs.
Oi.
Anyways, we keep on
Oi,
moving through.
meu irmão.
150. We'll crack the $300, and then we will continue to the next invasion. You can see we lost 200 people during this obscene profit invasion, but don't worry, they'll be back after the profit break. They always come back. It's pretty funny. To
É,
watch.
você que fez essa bagunça, filho.
James Maroney, $10 says a well-balanced breakfast argument is going over my head. Andrew, can you explain it a little more? So his the guy's essential argument was the
Você tá
preamble is
vendo?
referencing a militia. What that super chatter who sent in that argument knows,
filho.
and what I
Rápido,
know,
hein?
is that what the preamble is saying is that
foi,
the
amigo?
well-regulated militia itself is
Não,
necessary to
esse
the
é o
security of the free
casaquinho, o
state. That's true.
pijaminha.
But then it goes on
Deixa
to
ele
define
aqui.
how you make sure
É o pijaminha
that,
andando.
that the state has a militia which is regulated, and it defines that by saying the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So what he's saying
É,
is,
filho.
if you change that amendment to say a well-balanced
É,
breakfast
a
being
mamãe te deu
necessary
isso
to the
aí,
security
foi?
of like a well-balanced diet, the right of breakfast cereal or the people to eat
Yeah.
breakfast cereal shall not be infringed, then you'll note that what the preamble is doing is giving you the
Eu
reason
encaminhei o queijo pro
as to
Sabino.
why your right to the breakfast cereal can't
Aí
be
ele
infringed.
respondeu só
That's the point of the
piada, né? Não falou sério.
I think I got it right. Is the profit break
A
over yet?
resposta
It's
se
not
ele
over
comeria ou
yet.
não o
Sorry.
queijo.
Sorry.
Só uma figurinha.
We're getting there, though. We're getting there. We'll
Acho
crack
que talvez
300,
tenha
we'll go
visto,
back, we'll do
mas-
another invasion, guys. We still got
Ei.
2 hours left to go of invasions this fine day.
É, o fone do papai.
1 second.
Você tá enjoadinho de sono, né, filho? Cadê o soninho? Papai. Soninho.
Just had to check something real quick. So anyway, that's what he's
Soninho,
saying.
papai.
That's what he's talking about when it comes to
Esse
the
não, filho.
well-balanced breakfast.
Esse não.
Huge $100 donation comes in from Anonymous. Always a pleasure, Andrew. You're doing
É,
good work.
filho.
Mr. E, please put that $100 dono up on the
Por
dono
que você
bar.
pegou esse livro?
Andrew G sends in $100. Says always a pleasure, Andrew. You're an amazing debater. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. $10 comes in from Cable. I completely agree with your argument about rights being a social construction. Again, might makes right. So I'm curious if you'd also consider duties to be a social construction as well. Random thought of the day. I think that they could be from Nathan's
mais ou menos
perspective,
ok.
not from a
Depois eu
Christian
ajeito.
perspective. $5 from Tommy Jones. No message entered. Appreciate that. $7 from Naked
Mas a
Snake.
minha
Says, hey
não é
guys, we
mais
got
nova
free
que essa
speech.
aí?
Feel free to yell. Yeah, exactly. To yell the G word in an airport. Exactly.
Acho que minha mãe
$10
pegou
comes
em
in
algum
from
lugar.
crowded space. Nowhere on the internet is funnier. To see that
Acho
hate
que minha mãe
built
que
up when
comprou.
Andrew taps in assault mine.
Pegou em
Ungodly
algum
funny.
sebo.
Best regards from Germany. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. $10 from Andrew McCauley, who says, give him hell. I needed a pickup today. Someone screwed me over on my passport application, so now I don't know if I'll be able to go to Montana. Oh, dude, that sucks. $5 from
foi,
Tex
bebê?
says,
Que
love
é
this,
isso?
driving home. This stream is super entertaining. Glad someone
antes do acordo.
arguments. You're
É
welcome.
antes do acordo.
$20 comes in from SL, says
Não
just
lembro,
because.
mas é antes do
Thank you, man.
acordo,
Really appreciate
2007.
that. $5 from the Raging Patriot. Hey, I live
Não.
in Browse Marketplace.
Não,
Sorry, I missed
papai.
that here.
Amor, põe a sua filha pra
Browse
dormir, depois você olha isso aí.
More shitbox parts and free shit. Okay. Michael Lopez for $20 says just
Tá
to support.
chatinho de
Appreciate that.
sono.
$5 from the cut says how do you stay so patient with some of these guys who debate you? I see people can't even affirm their stance. Practice, man. Practice makes perfect, right? It's just like if you're hunting, right? Hunting can be really boring because it's actually waiting. Have you ever debated someone who opposed or had pushback any of your views or takes topics who actually had valid points, or do they all just get destroyed? No, I've had tons and tons of serious debates, including that one just now. From his perspective, it was a serious debate, and from my perspective, it was as well. Breton says, doing great work, Godspeed. Appreciate that. Captain Zayn says, I guess he needed another joint from your black ex-wife. $10 from Wilhelm Bone says nothing, just wanted to show support. $5 from KT Thomas. Appreciate that. He says, remember these words. Klaatu Barada Nikto. Army of Darkness. Quote. Klaatu Barada Necktie. Necktie. Wood Flores says, if you don't want a profit break to last as long, grab a $5 in your broke ass pocket and pay up, boo. Seems fair, but now we have exceeded the obscene profit break. We're going to move right back the invasion. Let's see what else is out there.
Oh, yes. We're both back.
Afternoon.
But I'm filling up my vape tank.
About what happened under his administration. That's not a policy.
So, passed a $3.2 trillion historic tax relief.
Oh, what the
so
fuck,
the tax
man.
policy took money from the middle class.
People on
and gave it to
TikTok,
rich people,
they
right, quite literally
keep
decreased
arguing.
I'd like to
Shit.
tangle with that guy, but he refuses to do a formal debate, which pisses me off. And he always has like 10 people waiting, so we can never get in.
Well, am I that fat?
No. I can't really see it too well, but if you want to be chunky, that is your fucking choice.
Dude. You know what? I don't call... See, so I live in Minnesota. And I don't know if you can tell by how I said soda. But I live in Minnesota.
Oi.
And I don't call myself fat. I just adapted.
Oi,
you know,
filho.
really harsh winters.
Oi, filho.
What's going on with that? But
young lady that was talking. See, sister, let me explain something to
filho.
you.
Oh, Lord.
Tchau. Muito linda essa neném, filho. Soninho.
Is going to Ukraine, and it does have to do with Hunter Biden. In my conspiracy theory opinion, I've been called a conspiracy theorist. It's fine. I don't do that when I write. I have to keep it clean. I get a little, but when I go on radio shows and talk shows, I get a little bit more into it. There's problems with both sides. There's things that Joe Biden needs to be investigated for. There's things that Donald Trump has been investigated for. He still has like 3 more trials to go.
Not taking callers, of course.
Who could be a citizen? Naturalization Act of 1790 says this man could be a citizen, a runaway refugee from Germany, but a African slave could not, and a indigenous American could not.
Oh,
and
wow.
an indigenous Mexican could not.
That's a famous preacher, I
and a
guess.
Chinese person that was enslaved here could not. And a Filipino person.
Not taking callers doesn't matter.
Give you a reasoning as to why like someone like Abraham would be like, oh, okay. But then there's there's the interaction and the changing of offering and sacrifice to a ram caught in the thicket. So one could say that, like, more than anything, if we're going to use that example, it would be this God showing Abraham that this kind of sacrifice isn't actually accepted. It's establishing a prohibition through action.
Thank you for the 10.
Rather than direct command. That's what I would say.
Okay.
If the God is existent and the statement is true and Abraham existed and there was a moment where Abraham felt that he heard God command him to take Isaac up onto the mount and offer him as a sacrifice unto God, there wouldn't really be any question in that because it would have been considered like kind of normative. But in the 1300s, you have Dante Alighieri's The Divine Comedy. It gets really popular really quick.
Dante's Inferno.
And that is where we really see this emergence of eternal conscious torment kind of be presented. And that idea is picked up from Hellenistic ideology, which is that Tartarus and Elysium, both of the afterlife. Elysium is where...
He's not taking callers.
You condemn what?
May
Sorry, I'm having a
26th.
problem hearing you. I've got kids talking in the background. I have a TV going in the background. I'm trying to cook my dinner.
Yeah, do you condemn May 26th?
I'm unaware of May 26th. I apologize. As I say, I got 4 kids. I got a family. I got a life.
So May 26th,
Well, that was over quick. Damn it. Alright, let me see what else is out there, guys. Hang tight for a second.
Not even.
Look, Encounter's gonna be crazy, right?
And that's why I'm very strict with allowing people to play or touch with my service dog, because I try to explain to them, if something happens to my service dog,
Brian.
it's not like I can go to the agency and say, what do you got on the shelf? Like,
Brian
let me
says
get the
2
next
Wilsons,
thing.
1 cup.
Right. There's that space.
I've never debated this before.
You losing
ever.
a service dog and you.
I'm not sure that I give a shit.
Dog.
What should my... I don't even know what my position here should be.
I mean, when your dog's ready to retire, that's one thing you kind of know, and then you work it out so that you get the next service dog.
I don't care
before
right?
your dog retires.
I don't actually give a shit.
But
I'm not sure what my position here is.
If something happens to your service dog, you can't just call the agency up and say, "Listen, I left the service dog. Let me get another one."
What should the service
It
dog be?
doesn't really work that way.
Should my position be no?
Right,
They
right.
shouldn't?
It's a really hard battle. Unfortunately, again, where I'm so young, I have people that come up to me and try to push my boundaries because of having a service dog. I've had people that come up to me and go, "You don't look disabled, so she's not actually a service animal." And so I can only imagine where so my local Walmart, there are people that bring fake service dogs in all the time. And I know that there's a veteran that goes in there. He has very, very severe PTSD. I feel very bad.
I don't
for
think
the
it's hard to
gentleman.
argue this. But what if I take it from a vegan
There are
standpoint?
other people that go in
I
there
can
with
take
their
it from the
fakes,
vegan
and
angle.
I've gone up to them. I'm like, there is a gentleman
I don't want
that
to
comes
though,
in
because it
here
would be
who is a
bad faith.
veteran
You know
who
what I
is
mean?
disabled. He has a service
Hey,
dog.
thanks
I
for
said,
the
what
5
if
memberships. Appreciate
that
it very
his
much.
service dog gets attacked?
Very
He's
kind of
not
you.
going to speak up because he's going
I
to
could take the vegan angle,
in a
but it would
moment
just it
of
would be bad faith.
PTSD moment. I was like, I don't
It
know
would
how else to
probably destroy
explain
this
to you
guy
guys, but
pretty
you guys
bad, but it would
understand
be a
you
bad
need to do
faith
your
argument
job.
because I don't believe it.
That's why I started this debate of trying to
have to
help
define
other
service
people
dog.
too,
Yeah,
of
that's a good
bringing more
point.
realization out here.
Well, and that's that's part of it. Like, yeah, there are so many fakes, and that makes it harder for people to have a real service dog. Where I live now, so I used to live in New York, and now I live down in Tennessee.
Yep.
And at first I was questioned, but then they see how well
Yeah, there's 2
behaved,
people requesting anyway.
and
we'll skip.
my
it. It's a
dog
boring
follows all
debate.
the instructions and everything.
I almost just wanted to do it just
and
because I've never
everything.
had before. You know what I mean? Because who gives a shit about service dogs, honestly?
Girl's name, you guys, that threw the water on those kids. Ken something. I can't. Net Benedict. Like, they have codes, like the way they dress and all. They're teaching all of that in California, 100%. And the kids are going along with it. I'm telling you. Am I lying?
No, you're not.
But they bullied her. Are you not gonna talk about that?
Lila, why are you laughing?
No, because they're acting like she wasn't the victim when Plea jumped her.
What'd you say?
For them, my bad.
What'd you say? Why were you laughing?
They jumped. I don't remember their name, but they jumped them in the bedroom.
They jumped her,
and then they jumped them in the bedroom.
Her?
And now all you guys are acting like.
You mean they jumped her? You mean they jumped her?
They were like bad or like he deserved it.
They jumped her in the bathroom, is what you're saying, right?
Darling, you can use they, them for a person, for
No,
one person. I don't know
I
if you
would
knew
use the
that.
proper
That's basic
pronouns, which
English.
are that's a
Literally basic
girl. That
English.
is a girl, and it's basic English.
That's a
She,
basic.
she,
That is basic English
she,
that they, them accomplish for
she. Ain't no
both,
they, them, or none of that.
for
It's
male,
she.
for ye, them,
Her
and
mother had a
her. So
daughter.
I don't know
Her
what you're
mother had
talking
a
about,
daughter.
mister, but you
Her
got
mother had a daughter. Don't come up on here and
now
try
you're
to do
getting
that
mad
they,
stuff.
them. We don't do that here. We don't do that here.
I'm gonna do
You're
what I
truly,
want.
yeah.
That's
You're
your
truly
problem. Why you get mad on
She,
Like
it's
I have
she.
respect for you.
Yeah, you need to calm down a little bit. And you're saying basic, this is basic, what'd you say, basic English? Basic English that you're using incorrectly. That's hilarious. You want to try to say that it's basic English that you're using incorrectly. So can you tell me, can you explain to me what they or them means?
If you don't know somebody, like let's say you saw somebody that you didn't know and you want to have
Yeah,
a
we don't
pronoun
do
for
that
them,
here.
you say they or
Exactly.
them.
She was like,
Yeah,
we
no,
don't do that here.
Wait. This is not necessary because we can just say her, him, he, his, right? We could say these pronouns correctly, right? Because
But if
you're
you don't know
using
the
them.
gender of the
Wait,
person,
you're
but you say
using.
it's not.
I don't know if my
You're
wife is home.
superimposing that we
I
don't
don't know.
already know. We don't already know the sex of this
Let him
person.
talk, Lilo. Let him talk.
You're already superimposing that we don't know the sex of this person, right? That's one thing right there.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, and you can use they or them to refer to like third person, right, or somebody that's not there specifically.
Yes,
So it's improper usage of the English language to refer to someone as they them. When we're talking about when we're talking about a singular human being, right, in which we know, you're imposing, right, that we don't know the gender of this person, or the sex of this person, right?
One simple Google search. One simple.
What? Google.
Fuck
that.
It is a to properly use
Fuck that.
we would say her.
Stop embarrassing yourself. Like Google is like,
just don't want to use it.
yeah.
A female, right?
Like Google is a reference for something.
Right? A girl. So let's get that right. Let's get that right first off. You want to talk about simple English, but you don't know how to properly use the English language when talking to people. It's actually pretty sad that like I don't know how old you are, that you can't properly, if you're a foreign person and you don't know the English language and how we use our language, that's one thing. But if you were speaking English, right, and you don't have any excuses and you say that the English language is simple and you're improperly using the English language, it's simple to people who understand how the English language works.
Obviously, everyone is wrong and you're right.
People like you who don't understand how to properly use the English language and are using it out of context. Like, you're not properly using the English language in context. Yeah, exactly. All right, because I am right. I am right. And the English language, and the English language and grammar supports me. Wait, the English language supports me on this also. Grammar supports me.
Why don't?
Improperly using they or them when describing a person, you already know that it's a female. So you already know that this person is a female. Right? You said this yourself. You can use it if you don't know. You know that this is a female, and you are saying they or them. So you are improperly using the pronouns. It would be she or her, right? That would be the correct usage. I'm just going based off your argument. You said if you don't know. Wait, I'm just using your ridiculous, fallacious argument that.
Dude, you're totally filibustering, dude.
Yeah, you already know
Filibustering.
that it's a female. So what are you talking? I'm just using your argument. If you don't know, then why are you still referring to them as they them when you know this is a female?
You didn't use my argument. You didn't use
Filibustering.
my argument was that you
What does that mean? I'm curious.
Not when you don't know.
Let's see.
Sorry, but I don't know where you.
Yeah, that's technically true, but why should we?
You're referring to a third party whom isn't present. So if I was to ask my friend, hey,
and then Shantae say that I don't need to do it, but
Let's see.
This is crazy. Like, you people really need to
Yeah.
learn how to speak English properly. It's insane.
Exactly.
Stop
Exactly.
destroying the English language. Wait. Yeah, so when you're saying they or them in a conversation, if I'm talking to a friend, I say, what are you doing,
stream.
right?
Oh, got it.
We already know whom we're talking about in order for me to say they, right? They have to know who they are, right, in a
Stand debate on
conversation. So
proposed
I'm
fishing
saying,
regulation to
we're
delay
talking
or
about
internally prevent a
Bob,
vote of the people.
right? Wait, listen, we're talking. Listen,
Got
no, I
it.
get it. You have no gotcha moment here. We're talking about Bob, right? And instead of saying Bob over and over again in the conversation, I could say, hey, how are they doing? Right? We know who we're talking about. In
Got
this
it, got it,
situation.
got
We have
it.
two people, and we're talking about a third
Okay.
party who isn't present.
I got it. I
But
see
we already
it.
know that Bob's a male. I
Yeah,
can say
but
Bob.
but I mean, to his point. So to his point, can you respond to
Yeah.
this? Can you respond to this
Go
point?
for it, man.
Which is,
All right.
if you are to meet a stranger, and the stranger appears to you as being a female or appears to you as being a male, and you were to walk over and say, you know, how are you doing? Does that even make sense to you?
But nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that. Stop acting goofy. Like
No. Hang on. Can you just answer my question without any of the outrage? I don't want any of the outrage. Just a direct answer to the question. Does it make sense to you to go over and say, "How are you doing today?"
No, because they're not using a pronoun. They're not using she, her, or they, them.
Right. So then it wouldn't make any sense,
Why would
right?
you put it at the end of the text? It doesn't even make sense.
No, but how are you doing today, ma'am, or how are you doing, sir? Does make sense.
That's hilarious. Wait, and if you didn't know the gender, right, you would want to just say they or
No, but
them,
you're not.
right?
Right.
You want to say how are they or them doing today, and they're gonna look at you like you're an
What? Yeah, they're gonna be like, "What are you talking about?"
They're gonna look at you like you don't know how to use the English language properly because you don't.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, would you walk over and say, "How are you doing today, him?"
Ma'am? If you're scared and you don't know if they're a sir or a ma'am, right? Because obviously you do have problems knowing what they are, because you think a man can be a woman, right? An adult human male can be a woman. We already know that you have issues with this. Wait, we already know that you have a history of having issues identifying this. So, right, we want to. You're unaware of their gender. You don't want to say it because you don't want to offend them.
Well,
You're
do
gonna
you
walk
mind
up and say,
if
"How
I
are
ask
they or them doing?"
just another brief question? I'm sorry. If you don't mind if I come in for just a second. I was going to ask you, what if your pronouns are we us? Can you explain how we would even have a conversation if your pronouns were we us?
What?
We
who is
us
using that
instead of
exactly?
they them. If you selected the pronouns we us.
But that's the reason it's not grammatically correct. Like, and who is using that? Literally,
Well,
who is
if somebody
using that?
if somebody said that
You're
they're
creating
hang on,
this
it's the same
mad
pronouns.
fact. Nobody is
Hang on.
using
This
that.
is the same use pronouns as they them. That's the same use pronouns as they them is we us. So if you identified yourself and wanted your pronouns to be we us, how could I have a conversation with you?
Okay, so to your point, we us is not the same as they them because just as it was said,
One second. People are using we us. They refer to themselves as demons. They call them demon self, and their pronouns are we us because we are legion. There's a bunch of them on Tickety Talk, so people are using pronouns.
You
as
mean
we
like
us.
100 people or like 1,000 people out of the
It doesn't matter. People are doing.
Well,
it.
aren't they
People are
supposed to
doing
be?
so
Aren't the
fast.
pronouns supposed to be
people do-
respected?
Now you're
Wait,
creating
I just
issues
want to
be
make a
mad
few
at.
comments.
Now you're creating issues to be mad at.
Wait, no, I just want to make a few comments, then I can leave. But first of all, I just want to say the English language is always ever evolving. Many of the words that are in the English language today were not in the past. So it's kind of ignorance for when there are certain words and certain changes to the language, all of a sudden it becomes a problem. That's all I'm going to say about that. The second thing is, half of America does not speak proper English, but we draw the line at pronouns, which is very, very weird because most pronouns have been around for a very long time.
But you
can't change the English language. Wait, I'm making another comment. Another thing is that it's very strange to me that everyone seems to be so passionate about these kind of issues. The title says that things like this are harmful. There's nothing more harmful
Okay.
to especially the youth.
I got to
in
bail on
America.
this because I can already tell that
youth in
I got to
America
bail
is
on not gonna.
There's nothing more harmful to the.
They're not going to allow that one to stay up for very long. I can promise you that. Not on TikTok.
There's no catch. You can't get the other thing.
And still be famous.
Yup. You still you famous and broke.
Alright, then money.
I'm doing soulmates because me and her can like get money together.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
no,
Well,
I would
cute.
pick. I would pick soulmates too. I love
shy girl.
love.
Shy girl.
I love love.
Honestly, I'm my the option I'd choose is not even on your list. I'm choosing peace over everything.
Okay.
I could give a fuck about money. Money comes and goes. It's easy.
Clock out.
As
Clock out.
long as
Clock out.
Or I could pick money.
as long
What you mean,
as you
peace?
know how to eat it, you'll
Clock
I
never
don't
be
know what's
broke.
going on here.
Huh? You know how to eat it? Hold on. As long as you know how to eat what?
What do you mean?
Have a democracy is when we vote. Every other fucking time other than when we vote, we don't have democracy. Get that straight.
Facts.
So this is great content. Great. I mean, great. But nonetheless, a bit too much for me. Really noisy, man. Come on. So let's see this debate. Feminist debate.
I'm going to tell you guys a joke. This one comes from Mr. James Sexton. Mr. Sexton says, someone told me that having big boobs because you're fat is like having a fast car because you're driven off a cliff.
Fuck. That's bad. Okay, really long intro. There we go. 15-minute intro. What the fuck? Let's take a look on this. Supposedly, it will be fun. Let's see. Let's have some fun. What the fuck, man? Misericórdia. What the fuck, man? Oh boy, that's sad. Okay. What the fuck? What a bunch of crazy people. I'm going to comment. That's... Let me laugh first. That's what a Protestant looks like. For an Orthodox. Oh boy, my friend is gonna be pissed. Okay. What the heck, man? That can't be true. Wow. He is removing his face off. What the fuck? Wow. Wow. Let's listen to Putin.
Что если кто-то считает возможным поставлять такое оружие в зону боевых действий для нанесения ударов по нашей территории и создания проблем для нас, то почему у нас нет права поставлять наше оружие такого же класса в те регионы мира, где будут наноситься удары по чувствительным объектам тех стран, которые делают это в отношении России?
When the curious thing is that he's speaking about security, internal affairs, because for that to happen, it should be like an attack inside their borders. So yeah, I guess I agree. Alrighty, let's listen to Andrew. Wow, so many players. What the heck, man?
Yeah, it's not. I'm not muted. I'm setting it up in the background with these guys. 1 second here, please. Yeah, I'm supposed to be muted, you tards. I'm literally supposed to be muted because we're setting it up in the background. So shut up.
So this is bank. Where is Mayo?
Huge super chat from Sexton. Holy shit. $500, man. Thank you.
Oh, I guess I have a quest here.
They're still setting it up. They're almost done. Relax. They're almost done.
Andrew versus Jasmine debate is here. We got Jasmine looking ever so lovely, and Andrew looking also extremely lovely with his plaid shirt and dark background. Anyway, so in this debate, we're going to be focusing on different topics. We're going to be debating. I thought you were comfortable using it. Okay. Andrew looking ugly and horrendous. Andrew looking horrendous as ever. Okay, anyway, so the two topics are what's better for society, Christian nationalism versus secularism, and should we get married and have kids young? So two interesting topics. The format's going to be the same.
What the
people need
fuck,
to make a
man?
1-2 minute opening statement. I'm not going to be a Nazi about the time, but let's keep it under 3 minutes. After that, it's going to be just open panel discussion, and then there'll be a quick closing statement. Okay, so let's start off with the first topic, which again is, I believe we said Christian nationalism versus secularism, correct?
That's correct.
Yep.
All right, cool. So, yeah, that's the first topic. Let's, I guess we'll just switch off. So for the first one, I'll have you give your opening statement first, Jasmine, and then we'll switch off. And for the other one, I'll have Andrew go first.
Okay, so yeah, I believe secularism is much better than not Christian nationalism because it contributes to human flourishing and justice a lot more.
I'm not muted.
One of the
Shut
biggest factors that influences this belief is that I love America and I'm really proud to be an American. My parents immigrated from Iran after the 1979 revolution, where religious law is the law of the land. In that case, it's Sharia law. So I being here and not only being able to experience the freedoms I have, but with going through law school and having the educational attainment that I've had, learning about how this country was founded made me appreciate those privileges even more. We were the first nation to be founded on a separation of church and state, and I think it's one of the reasons this is the greatest country on earth. Our Constitution starts with the words, "We the people," and that is where we get our power and authority. There are no references to God or religion in the Constitution except for the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. It's also in Article 6 when it says no religious test shall ever be required to any office or public trust under the United States. The Founding Fathers set up our country this way because they knew the dangers of not doing it, and secularism is what grants us the freedoms we have: freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of privacy, and so forth. It allows us to ground our legal framework in principles that ensure justice, individual rights, and overall well-being of society. Instead of focusing on religious dogmatism, we use rational and evidence-based approach to influence policy, and we can just see from the evidence that it works out better. The most secular countries in the world today fare much better on nearly every measure of peace, prosperity, and social well-being, including infant mortality, life expectancy, educational achievement, economic prosperity, freedom, and so forth. We have lower murder rates, violent crime in these countries. Even if you look at states, which I thought this was really interesting, on every measure of social well-being, from poverty rates to STDs to DUIs, the most secular states, or like the least religious, tend to also fare better than more religious states. And yeah.
Cool. All right, Andrew, you are up.
Now, Jasmine, my opening is going to be a bit longer than yours. I hope that you'll humor me as I go through it. If you want to give a bit of a longer response, that's fine. But
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. People are always requesting that I talk more about my views of rights, what I think a right is, and what I think it isn't, and how this interacts with the world. This debate between worldviews seems like a perfect time to lay this out. The difference between Christian nationalism, or Christian futurism, the Christian right in general, and neo-progressives, those being communists, socialists, and even the modern right wing, is this very idea of rights. And you saw Jasmine brought this up. A right from our worldview is just an entitlement, absent duty and virtue. You do nothing for it, you just have it. The great lie, however, is that these entitlements, rights, they can't even exist. You see, when these entitlements get put into practice, we see one side or the other of the political paradigm move to either expand or remove the entitlement. This is based around the different perceptions of duty. So when we apply what is the responsibility or duty of having the right in practice, we can't agree. So we move most often to limit the entitlement because, after all, like most entitlements, they become abused, bastardized, and ultimately subverted from their original intent. This is due to the fact that such entitlements or rights, if you want to call them that, can really only exist in practice if we have a virtuous society that pushes duties assigned to each entitlement so each one is earned or practiced correctly. This applies to all of your so-called rights. Is it virtuous to yell fire in a crowded room with no fire? The answer is no, so we limit that right. Is it virtuous to speak truth to power, on the other hand? Yes, though the extent of that must also be negotiated. Is it virtuous to own a gun? No. Is it virtuous to own a gun to defend your family? Yes. Is it virtuous to own a gun to hurt innocent people? No. So really, what is actually being argued over is the duties and virtues that citizens must have in society and their responsibilities to themselves and others. And the fight over these entitlements ultimately yields nothing good, as they just become eroded by the distinct worldview differences in how to apply responsibilities and duties to them, which is why a right or an entitlement is just ultimately whatever the guy with the power says it is. Jasmine here is going to argue tonight against Christian nationalism from the basis of rights. I called it, and she did, a laughable position for a secularist to take, as what she considers entitlements are just sets of preferences which ultimately don't maximize utility or consequences for the society that she claims to value so much. From her worldview, you have a right to fuck your sister on camera while people masturbate. She thinks you have a right to sleep with a dead body if nobody ever found out about it because it hurts nobody. She thinks prostitution is just swell in society and pornography because you have a fundamental right to do so based on nothing more than her preferences. So I give you this hypothetical experiment, which maps on well to reality. Assume I came to the Christian worldview of ethics absent the belief in God. I believe everything they believe in regard to morals, but just don't accept that God is real. Jasmine, on the other hand, says the entirety of all human morality is adjudicated by her preferences, no different than I do in this hypothetical scenario. How do we determine who is right? We would have to go by utility or consequences. So I would like Jasmine to explain how a mother of three has less utility to society than an OnlyFans prostitute who has sex on Twitter for money. How does it maximize utility or give good consequences to allow incest? How is it maximum utility to allow necrophilia? And most importantly, how would my Christian nationalist society give bad outcomes by simply outlawing all of these things, all of them? What's more, how does society end up being worse consequentially off under authoritarianism, not allowing these entitlements? Also, why would it be immoral for Christians to be in power under a theocratic moral foundation instead of a secularist foundation of morality? Ultimately, Jasmine will agree with the universal morality of Christianity, but only take exceptions to the fact they won't promote degeneracy, which ultimately is all she wants rights for, degeneracy. She won't take issue for our morality on murder, charity, chastity, decency, virtue, duty, none of it. She'll only be able to make the case that she doesn't want the world I postulate because it doesn't allow for her brand of degeneracy. So, with that, I yield my opening time, and I'm happy to get into the debate.
Just for the record, PWF is fully on board with fucking your sister if your sister is hot. Okay, anyway, let's get into the open panel portion. So have at it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I don't think that rights are rights if they just, my point isn't that we should only have rights when they have no harm. Most of the rights that we have some harm associated with it, but that freedom, and our country is founded on freedom, and it instead of religious dogma, is what outweighs that.
Yeah,
so
who cares?
Instance,
who cares what the who cares what the country's founded on?
No,
We're having an argument.
Still matters,
just wait a
even
second.
though people
Hang on.
can say mean things.
I want
right?
to know.
You like your freedom to gun. Well, you said I could have a while to respond. You just went on.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Go ahead. That's fair.
10 seconds, you. And then you also say, like, so for instance, I assume you really like your right to own guns. Well, guns also harm people. Now, I believe in your right to the Second Amendment, and I believe that you having that right outweighs that your whatever harm that guns bring about, at least when it comes to generally the ownership of guns. I think Andrew's main thing is that he believes that because he believes in an objective morality, which even that, the only reason you believe that your God is better than other gods is only because of your subjective beliefs. At the end of the day, your morality is pretty much just as subjective as mine. Choose one religious morality over another is they feel that they has a better moral
That's
framework
fucking
for
idiot.
objective truth. If you think
Let's
Christianity has a better moral framework than Islam, you need a moral basis on which to judge
Let's
that.
hear
And
Andrew answering. Big titted, big titties.
I've granted this worldview is true. I'm assuming that I came to the Christian ethics that I have under a secularist purview, meaning that I'm not saying that it's based on a God or anything else. I'm agreeing with you. I came to it completely subjectively. Why am I wrong and you're right?
So, but the framework you want to hold up is Christian. You want
Yes,
it
but
to
I
be
came
you
to
want our
it.
country to be a
Right,
theocracy.
so that's why I need to explain this to you, right? Assume that these are, I came to the same exact worldview that I hold right now, just absent God, through secularism. So I reject your notion of rights, and I reject your notion of entitlements, I reject your notion of everything, okay? But I'm not basing anything on God. I'm basing it purely off of a subjective standard for the purpose of this thought experiment, meaning I came to all of these views through a secular ethos. Why am I wrong and you're right?
I would say you're wrong and I'm right, because at least in this country, your worldview wants to alter our history, our values, our national identity. I just gave you some reasons that secular countries tend to fare off worse than countries that are run by a religious doctrine as the law of the land. And I think
Jasmine, don't give
America,
me.
one of the reasons.
I think you're trying to say better, right? Not worse. Secular.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry if I misspoke, but I would say that, like, if you don't like America, if you don't like the freedoms that we have,
Then get out,
okay,
right?
just do.
Then get out. If you don't like it, then
I mean,
get out.
honestly, yeah, I'm really proud to live here. So if you're basically saying that America's freedoms that they grant us are bad, and I'm saying when I look at the world and I look at what freedoms other people don't have, like the countries my parents came from, while we have those rights here, I look at this as a good, and I'm happy to live here.
So
If you
let's
prefer
back
to live
up.
there, I think that's
So
true.
so hang on, let's back up because you're not actually responding to this. I'm gonna tell it to you again. I'm assuming for a second in this hypothetical that I have come to the worldview that I hold absent a God, meaning it's just purely secular in nature, okay? And I hold all the same values I do, but I don't base any of them on some murderousness sky daddy, as you would put it, right?
Mhm.
Why would those values be wrong and your values would be right if we're both subjectivists?
I mean, I'm not saying that your views are objectively wrong and mine are objectively
Then if
right.
my views are not objectively wrong, then me advocating for Christian nationalism and completely repealing everything in the United States to make it format around Christian values under a secular purview would be fine.
So yeah, if you want to sit here on the internet and argue with a porn star about a revolution that you want to have on the internet, go for it. Good luck.
So
right?
you're
Our
conceding-
Constitution has lasted this long for a reason.
you're conceding.
I just gave you. I'm saying that you don't have an objective morality and I don't have an objective.
You're right. So
we're on
if
the same
so if it's true that we're just both coming at this from two different subjective worldviews, and you claim that mine is just as valid as yours, what is your argument for why it is that I should not impose my version of this on society and should instead yield to yours?
I'm not saying you shouldn't. You can advocate for it. That's what freedom of speech is. You can sit on the internet, you can have your channel, you can advocate for it. But our Constitution and our branches of government are this way, and they've been this way for a while. Now, there's little differences. Supreme Court may interpret the First Amendment in different ways, but if you want to get rid of the First Amendment, if you want to get rid of our entire country, America as it is, you have the right to try to sit there and convince people to do that.
Yeah, and
Go
you
for
don't
it.
think
I
that,
don't have a
but
problem with
here's
that.
the
I just
crux.
think it
Here's the
would be a
crux.
bad idea. And
So
the
you say
reason
I don't
think it
have
would be
a
bad
problem with
idea-
that. You're saying it's not immoral to do, so you have no objection to people doing it.
I have no objection to people trying to, I think just like our founding fathers decided to make this country based off reason, debate, winning in the marketplace of ideas. I do think that's the way to do that. So if you want to have a revolution with guns and overthrow people, I don't think that's good, but I can't sit here and stop you from trying to do it unless you're doing something, illegal, and then, the power.
Okay, okay,
So
titties.
then you have no moral objection to it. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And if
What-
we
okay,
did
do you
end
have-
up,
okay,
hang
well
on,
then
hang
let
on,
me
stop. Let me finish.
Yeah,
So
please.
since you have no moral objection to this, since you have no argument against this, since you don't think that it's wrong for Christian nationalists to advocate for this, since you don't think it's wrong for us to go ahead and reform the entire nation under whatever purview that we want, what in the world is your argument to keep the status quo then?
Because I just told you, when you look at secular countries in the world today, one, I love America. I think our freedoms are great, and that's based on my subjective worldview, but so is yours. You just admit it. So if yours is subjective and mine is subjective, but mine is also the status quo, and it seems to have better outcomes on every measure you can.
Better
Countries
outcomes.
who are not secular on infant mortality, life expectancy,
Fuck.
educational achievement, economic prosperity, freedom. When we're looking at murder rates, crime rates, the American model has worked. And so if you want to come in, you're the burden of proof is on you. You're the one that wants to get rid of the status quo. You want to get rid of our freedoms. So you have to explain to me why yours also
there can't be a burden of proof placed on me to prove something which you've already declared is not immoral and not problematic from your purview. What burden of proof should I bring to the table? You've already said this. You've already said this, but if we're gonna go, well, so I'm gonna kind of go ahead into your
let's go,
just to humor you, because you're saying, okay, I guess the one objection that I could find is that you think that the outcomes are worse. This is kind of what you're saying.
One objection, yes.
Okay.
And also I believe your subjective moral framework, obviously, it doesn't align with my also.
Now it's time to prove her wrong.
If you want to start claiming yours is objective, we can get into that.
Okay, so let's go.
What the fuck?
We can go off of the consequences here.
But you're the one that wants to eliminate our entire history, our national identity, get rid of America as it is.
There's no problem with it from your perspective.
Argument as to why.
Because you have no objection.
Your argument as to why is
you have no objection.
I don't have objective moral framework.
No, you have no objection. You said I have no objection to this. So there is no argument to it.
I have an objection. I don't think that I have a objective moral objection. That's what I'm saying.
I think what you're saying.
So let's start.
Wait, let me really quickly clarify. I think what you're saying, she has an objection from an outcomes-based perspective.
Quest log is full.
I'll grant that too. I'll grant the outcomes just to kind of further it. I just want to let you know that
an objection based on my
personal preferences. Right,
I
get it.
also have an objection there.
Yeah, I get it. It's your preferences, this type of thing. I just want to let you know that the debate was already over before we began because you have no moral reason, to claim. You have no moral. Absolutely not one. Yeah, but that's my point. That's my point. My point is to say, if I have...
they're working.
No. Stop. I'm going to explain.
Tell me how you
I'm
win.
going to explain.
Neither of us have
you have to stop talking for long enough for me to explain it.
You got to answer the question.
Because if
we're on the same footing.
I'm going to tell you why. Because if we stalemate the board and you say your worldview is just as valid as my worldview is, and that means that you can't have any objection to my advocation for any of the things that I advocate for. Period. Even if what I'm advocating for is a theocracy. That's why. Now, that aside, I'm still willing to grant the worldview for the sake of argument, for the consequences. Let's start with this. Who is Leonid Radvinsky? Do you know who that is?
I don't know who that is, but I want to go back because I'm not.
Hang on. I want to let you know that Leonid... No? You want to move back to this and do a circle again? Okay, we can.
No, we're not done. You can't just move on when I haven't had a chance to respond to you. If you would like to move on, I'll just go back to this and you can... Which is going to make the debate longer than it has to be.
Go ahead.
You are literally what is a walking incorrect LSAT question, except it's too incorrect and too easy. It would be a layup LSAT question that nobody going to a first-tier law school would even get wrong, which is like, oh, you can't prove your subjective moral framework is right, therefore I automatically win. And the question would be, what's wrong with Andrew's argument? It's wrong because just because I can't prove my moral framework, but you also can't prove yours, doesn't mean yours is right. At best, it means it's a draw. So tell me how you win under that metric.
I'm going to tell you why. Because if I come to the exact same ethical system and foundations that I have right now, right this second, those ethical frame systems say to eradicate and eliminate all of your ethical framework. It says to me to do everything that I can possibly do to destroy the degeneracy that you propose for society by any means necessary, essentially. And because you have no objection to doing that, you can't actually object to me doing that. Do you understand?
Não, só tô falando, meu bem. Falando em inglês. Mas ciúmes o quê? Tem ninguém vendo aqui, ó.
Sai desse jogo, você já tá bêbado e
Tô bêbado e viciado. Tá saindo do microfone aí, suas frases.
So what we're looking at here, We're trying to look at the framework and say.
Ó, vou te mandar o link. Ao invés de reclamar, vai lá ver.
The goals and kind of the outcomes for society that we want. We have to kind of start with
Hã?
what our foundation is going to be. So as we started,
Fala
we
em
said that the
português,
foundation
tá bom?
that I have is just as
Você entra,
valid as the
comenta e eu falo com
foundation
você
that
em
you
português.
have. Under the purview, yes, but now, hang on, if you will stop, I'll explain the rest of it. The flip side to the coin now is I can say this, but because I'm a theist and I do believe in objective morality, right? Even though I granted your worldview for the sake of argument, I have a divine command to destroy everything that you would consider that you hold dear, right? And you, though, have no objection to that.
Yours, I would argue, yours is also subjective. You picked that moral framework because you felt that it was better. That's also just your subjective opinion, right? And then if you want to get into, we can get super philosophical into Hume's. Can you get an ought from an is? Like, why should we could go into a whole God debate if you like. But my point is, just because you get yours from a monster in the sky and you chose subjectively based on your
Monster in the
just like
sky.
I base my moral preferences on
What
your
the
feelings. It
fuck?
was your feeling that chose your sect of Christianity when your interpretation of divine command, which by the way does not even match most of the other people in your religion. I got a bunch of messages from Christians late after our last discussion about you saying you would institute breeding facilities based on divine command to force people to have children. They were like, I don't know what kind of Christianity that is. That's not my divine command.
You
So
mean
one,
within the
divine command
purview?
is highly subjective.
You mean within the purview of a hypothetical?
Because it depends on every single person's interpretation of the divine
So-
command, and it's just ultimately based on your
so
feelings
Jasmine.
as well.
Oh, she's really annoying.
All of this. Listen, we can still grant all of this and still move into the worldview, and even under your secular worldview of just outcomes based, right? You just are looking at outcomes. I can still demonstrate that the society that I want has better outcomes than the society you want, thus forcing you to concede to my worldview as well. So let's go through it.
Like, let's get there. No. Let's get there, but I'm not letting you go on this point because you said the debate is over just because I have a subjective.
Well, you don't
and
know
I
it yet, but you're
yours
going to find
is
out.
subjective.
You're about to find out.
Yours is subjective too. So tell me how that makes you win the debate because that was your claim, and I'm going to push you on this claim until you give me an answer.
Well, I've
about
already
how
given it
that
to you
makes
15
right.
times because once we have had you concede that every form of morality is essentially the same and as valid as any other form of morality, and you have no objection to any of it, then if I come in and say, well, I feel like I have a divine command to destroy everything that you hold dear, you have no moral objection to that, and have to consider it. Stop. I just listened to all your spiel. Stop talking. It's my turn. Stop talking. So it's my turn. I'm answering it. I literally I could not be answering it more concisely than this. So now I can say to you, and am saying to you, that under what I consider divine command, if I come in and say, under divine command, I have to destroy everything that you hold dear, you actually have no moral objection to me doing that. Do you understand?
Your moral objection is based on nothing. Your subjective preferences as well. So that would mean it's a draw. So if you believe in
You
divine
keep saying
command,
mine is
and
subjective.
this person says there's no evidence for your divine command, and your divine command is also highly subjective, and then you go, well, since you can't prove yours because you don't get your advice from the same sky friend I get it from, now you lose. You still have the burden of proof.
So
to
then
show
that
why
would
your
mean
moral framework is right.
Right. So then that would
Because
mean.
the only way you can beat me.
So
is
then
if
that
your
would
moral
mean
framework
what?
is right. So I'd
What's
like
the
that
logical entailment? The logical entailment would then be, if that's the case, then all we're really talking about again is force, right?
And all the force is on my side. So
Well, this is interesting. Let's move into this, right? So if that's a determination, you can say whatever you want. Doesn't matter. You're just kind of talking. You're not saying anything.
No, because you made a claim, and I'm pushing you on the logic of the claim and the burden of proof, right?
Yeah.
Because just because I can't prove my moral framework, which I concede, the only difference between you and me is I'm conceding that mine's subjective and you're not.
Yeah, but I already granted that for the sake of. I literally granted it for the sake of argument. I granted it for
Oh,
the sake of
dude,
argument.
she's so annoying.
For the sake of argument, then you said
What
that
the
actually
fuck?
you win, and you win on a basis where you didn't grant it for the sake of
Right,
argument.
because what you're saying is that, well, because if I flip the coin and say, okay, then all I have to do is demonstrate from there that I believe in divine command and objective morality. Now I have a claim of which I can destroy your claim with, because yours is just everything. Stop talking, Jasmine.
Yes, please.
So again, what ends up happening is this. Once it's flipped, now you can see that all claims that you make are just as subjective as all other claims, and you believe that all of them are just as valid. The distinction is you could be one of these types of atheists who believes that all claims are not equally moral and that all claims are not equally valid. But you, in your stupidity, actually made the bold claim that they're all equal to all other claims. So if that's true, then any fucking thing that I want to do, you can't have an objection to. Doesn't matter what it is.
That's not how logic works. And
it
if
is
we're
how
gonna go
logic
with the
works.
Philosophical sophistication that you're at, then I will take the Sam Harris well-being view. The only reason I don't take that is because there are still philosophical philosophical premises that aren't met. But where you're arguing from, especially when you say that because I have a quote-unquote objective worldview, you didn't grant it, and the debate is already over somehow because yours is subjective and mine is also subjective, at least for the sake of argument. But now that the argument's over, mine's actually not subjective, and I'm telling you that yours is. You now have to prove
because you've already validated that my worldview. You've already validated my worldview is just as good as yours. That's why.
I didn't. What I'm saying is, you said it's not, though. You have the burden of proof.
What do you mean? I'm not saying I already granted it. I already granted it. And you say it's just as valid.
You granted it just to take it back.
So then if it's just as valid, as your worldview, what's your objection to it?
I'm saying it's a draw then, because if our moral, you're saying it's not a draw because it's just as valid. That's not how burden of proof works. This is like logical reasoning.
I just want you to concede that it's just as valid as your worldview.
If you concede that either your subjective framework is, you have a subjective framework too, or you prove that yours is somehow objective, then you have to concede as well.
For the
that we're
point,
at the same level.
so for the
You're
point,
not
so
at
for
a
the
point above
so for the point of the argument, I've already done that. For the point of the argument, I've just said I'll go ahead and grant it, right, for the sake of the argument. But now I just need you to say that both of our worldviews are equal to each other in your mind.
I don't believe in an objective moral framework. I believe yours is subjective and mine is subjective, and you wanted to grant that, but then say you won by not granting it. And if you're going to do that, then you have to prove why yours is objective. If we're starting,
I didn't say anything about objective morality. One more time.
At the basis of
why are you not understanding this? Stop. Why are you not understanding this? If I've already granted it. I came to the ethical purview that I have all by myself, sees. Okay, has nothing to do with. Stop, Jasmine. Let me finish, Jasmine. Stop talking. Okay. So if I came to this all by my lonesome, absent a murderousness God, okay, and you claim that these are equally valid, I just need the concession that you believe that the Christian nationalist worldview is just as valid as your worldview. That's it. That's all I'm asking for.
If you concede that you did not already win the debate, then
okay, whatever concession that you want, I'll go ahead and make that. But you will concede that mine is just as good as yours, right?
Andrew, just for clarification, do you mean? Well, let me actually clarify. Andrew, when you say that, do you mean just morally, or do you mean from a utilitarian perspective too?
What do you mean? From a moral standpoint, there's nothing immoral about what I'm trying to do.
There's nothing objectively immoral, I would say, because
well,
it's really hard to
so then let's move into what the subjective immorality is.
Okay, sure.
So what would be subjectively immoral about what I'm proposing?
Well, if we're going based on my moral preferences, I think that a lot of the, outside of the fact that there's no evidence for it, a lot of the policies you purport to believe in, such as in our last discussion, instituting breeding facilities, if 80% of women, you said that if 80% of women were dying during childbirth, that you still believe that they should be forced to have children in breeding facilities if necessary. I believe that is based on my moral preferences, which based on your moral preferences that you pretend come from divine command, even though most other believers don't even think that that's what divine command would say. I would say that that's bad for society. I would say that sacrificing 80% of our women so that we can have babies for whatever reason, so that the future generations can flourish, is bad based on my subjective moral preferences. I also think when you look at the data and you look at the difference between outcomes in secular countries versus our country, that is also, in my subjective opinion, shows that it's worse, but also objective measures of outcome also show that it's worse. Lastly, I would say that our freedoms as I love America and I love the freedoms that we have. That could be a subjective opinion. If you want to take those freedoms away, I don't think you're just going to have issues from me. I think you're going to have issues from a lot of people, because if you want to destroy America, which is basically what you're saying you want to do, you want to destroy the foundation of it. You want to take away what our founding fathers have built. You want to take away our constitution
Crazy
essentially
lady.
to institute your subjective worldview. I need you to make an argument for why that should be the case, especially when you have no enforcement. And if you think rights come from enforcement, at the moment you have nothing. All you have is words.
She knows she's lying.
Porn star that you're arguing with on the internet.
Of course she knows it.
So, okay, can I move into these points now? Is that okay, or are you gonna like kind of overwindedly say nothing again? So first and foremost,
no, I wasn't saying nothing.
As we move into the hypothetical, you say that from your subjective worldview of your own personal preferences that I'm wrong.
Just like from your subjective worldview of your preferences,
okay,
I'm
before
wrong.
you
So
do
again,
an
it's
internal
wrong.
critique, answer my question, please.
No, yes, so we're at a draw. That's
Okay,
the
so the answer, the answer would be yes or no. So are you saying that I'm wrong, that I would put 80% of women, rather than have the entire population of the
Yes.
world go extinct?
Yes, but not in an objective moral way. And you don't have one
Okay,
either.
so
again, if you wanna go back
are
to
you
this
ever?
topic, we can
I
go
just
back
need
to
you to
this
answer the question. That's it. I don't need you to give me. I don't need you to give me additional bloviating. Just
I
would
answered the
appreciate
question.
if you would just say yes or no, and I'll do the same thing for you.
Re-ask the question.
So
please.
yeah, so just answer yes or no, please. So you're saying, and I want to make sure I get this correct, that from your subjective preferences inside of a hypothetical where it's either the world is going to go extinct or I have to force women to have children, that me forcing them to have children rather than allow the human race to go extinct, that's immoral. That's wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so all of humanity operate off of the subjective preferences of Jasmine Jafar?
No, just like they shouldn't operate
So
off
who
the,
should they
preferences of
operate off of?
I think that's why we have checks and balances. We have a system that we've created with representation. We have 3 branches of government.
So
and
the
we
majority?
have a constitution that has made this one of the greatest countries on earth. That is a secular constitution that takes freedoms and takes God completely out of it.
Mhm.
Our founding fathers did for a reason.
What are we
because
appealing
live in a-
to for whose morality we're going to use, Jasmine?
Well, you're wanting to change the status
Who
quo,
are
right?
we
You wanna
appealing
change
to,
the-
Jasmine, for our morality? Jasmine, answer my question, Jasmine.
Who are you appealing to?
Yeah,
I think
let's just say I'm appealing to myself for the purpose of the conversation. I'll just say I'm appealing to myself. Who are you appealing to yourself?
I'm appealing to myself, our institutions, and the best minds
Institutions.
in the world, having reasoned, debated, the scientific
Institutions
evidence,
are
empirical
people.
evidence. That's who I'm going to. That's who I'm
Quite simple.
appealing to. Now I want you to tell me who you're appealing to. Since I
Well,
answered
I've
your
already,
question, yes or
again, right? I'm still inside of your worldview, happily. I'll just say appealing to me. So if I'm appealing to me and you're appealing to you, who the fuck do we go with?
Me, because I have all the enforcement, which you love, and I have all the institutions on my side. So if you want to change the status quo, you have a lot more work than I do. When I'm saying, hey, I love the foundation of our country, it's good. So I would love for you to give some arguments as to why you want to destroy America.
So, well, you don't understand. I'm actually giving you the arguments. You don't even know I am. So ultimately, what you're saying, what it boils down to is might makes right in your worldview.
No, I was appealing to your worldview. I'm saying that what wins in the marketplace of ideas, now, sometimes that's not what I agree with. Sometimes I disagree with the decisions the Supreme Court makes. Sometimes I make those disagreements. But we have a social contract when we live in this country, and I don't think you're violating it by advocating for your position. Now, if you want to take guns and start shooting people, I don't think that's you.
This does not answer to the
sometimes
question at all. You have a subjective set of stated preferences and appeal to yourself for what is moral, and I do the same and appeal to myself for what is moral. What is the threshold breaker for how we are going to make the determination of what we're going to do, Jasmine?
I think that
It can't be themselves.
we're
It
two
can't.
single individuals. Then we look at the framework we already exist in and the foundation of the country we already existed. And the foundation of the country we already exist in, America, which
So
a
then
lot
what
of
if the
people outside
foundation of
this
the country is that we march people up on top of a pyramid and we cut their heart out and we sacrifice it to the sun god, Jasmine?
That is, subjectively, I would think that's wrong. Now, one of the reasons, like I
How
said in
would
my
you know
opening,
that that
we're
was
proud to live
wrong?
in
You
this
said that's
country.
the threshold breaker. The threshold breaker is to look at your institutions and to look at your society, and that's
No,
the
I
threshold
said the
breaker for
threshold
what's
breaker
moral.
For this debate, the threshold breaker for this debate. The
For this
threshold breaker
debate?
for moral framework for moral
For the
framework
purpose of this debate, you said the threshold breaker.
There is, if we're going, no, I was, because the debate is which one's better for society. So I was taking it by that question. If we're just going to go which one's right morally, then it's a draw.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you this question again. One more time, since you just avoid it like the plague.
Yes.
If you're claiming,
She did
you
avoid
make a
it.
claim, hey, all of my morals come from my own subjective preferences and nothing else, and so do yours. And I say, okay, I'll grant that and agree with it. We have an argument about what we should do with society. How do we make the determination as to which ones we go with, Jasmine?
Okay, well then, like I said, then I think we should go to outcomes, and I just demonstrated. I have a huge paper here. I can send it to you on all of the outcomes that are better in a secular nation over a nation that isn't secular. The second thing I say we would do is we would look at the people and what they want. In our country, in the United States of America,
so hang on, I just need to clarify.
It's subjective.
So if we're going to go with outcomes, right? Outcomes are what we're going to move to in order to determine.
That's not the only thing.
What is the other thing?
Trying to give you others. I said outcomes, and we also need to look at what the people, like what the marketplace of ideas. That's why we have freedom of speech in this, because then it allows someone like you who wants to topple America to tell me why you want to topple something that's so valuable to the vast majority of people in this country.
Yeah, but that would be outcomes again. That would be outcomes again.
If it's outcomes again, then it's outcomes again. But there's also,
so if it's just outcomes, so outcomes are what we're looking at, right?
It's not just outcomes.
Then why would you value it? Then why would you value it?
The people in this country, most of them.
She's annoying as a Murloc.
Subjective preference that I have about the importance of the freedoms that we share, and they love America for those freedoms. So you also have that hurdle to go after. You may be able to go to a different country and say, hey, look at
you think, you think most of the people inside of the United States have a subjective morality?
I think most of the people in the United States have a subjective morality, because I think everyone has a subjective morality, and I think that their preferences align with the fact that we have certain freedoms, and those freedoms actually, in some cases, can overpower outcomes, like in the gun example. While guns definitely have negative outcomes, I think most people in America would say that we still want to keep this freedom because our moral subjective preference is that it is, but that is the majority.
Well, then that would be a better outcome.
I want to really.
Well, hang on. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
I know. I'm just gonna literally ask one question.
Dude.
I just want to clarify.
You're fucking up the flow, man. Let me just finish the question.
Okay, Fair's ready.
I just want to clarify your second point. So you're basically saying that in addition to outcomes, the other metric that
saved by the fucking moderator. Saved by the moderator.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
In a democratic society, that's why we have a democracy, and I think a democracy is good. So yes.
Right as we start getting into it. Okay. So anyway, all of these preferences you're pointing to are outcomes. So if you say like, hey. Society has determined that even though maybe there's like some negative outcomes, they gain more from owning guns than they don't gain from owning guns. That would still be an outcome. That would be a determination of outcome. So everything that you're really after is a determination of outcome. So it's all outcomes based. So why didn't you start with the moral objection of outcomes? That would have been far better for you to do. So
well,
if it's just
I was taking critique of you started.
Yeah. So if it's
thing.
just
I actually in my opener, you went through this whole thing about rights and subjectivism.
Yeah.
That's why I went there. My opener actually was about the foundation, about freedom, and about outcomes, and then you switched the debate over to here.
If it's just outcomes based, then we'll move into the outcomes base of this from your purview. So now we understand at least what it is that you value. You really just value outcomes. So if that's true,
I value outcomes and democracy.
Yeah, okay, got it. That because you think it leads to the better outcome. Because you think it leads to the better outcome. That's why. So you're utilitarian.
Leads to a better outcome. So yeah, you can take everything back down to that, just like you can take everything back down to preferences and like completely eliminate even free will with this. So
well, it's not preference because it's not really preference based. If you actually are valuing outcomes, it's not really just preference based because you think outcomes are what we should be valuing, not Jasmine Jafar's personal preferences, right?
And also the moral preferences of the majority of the people in a democratically free.
Because you think that leads to better outcome, Jasmine?
Yes. And
okay, well then it's outcomes. It's all just evaluation of outcomes.
Subjective framework also, but I want to make sure
all just outcomes.
For the audience that outcomes can also mean, because like the example I gave, having guns in this country may lead to worse objective outcomes in the amount of deaths, etc. But I think, and this part you're right, that the outcome of keeping it matches the moral preference and matches the viewpoints of most people in our democracy. And so therefore that outweighs that negative outcome, which is also a different way of looking at
Okay,
outcomes. So, yeah.
great. Okay, so now that we've got this established, finally understand what your actual moral framework is, I'm going to ask you this question again, if you don't mind. Do you know who Leonid Radvinsky is?
No.
Okay, he is the founder, he's the owner of OnlyFans, okay? That's who he is. And he made over $300 million last
Oh boy,
year. Okay?
such
He
a
managed to pay himself
patience.
$1 million a day in 2022 via dividends, right? In this particular case, would you consider yourself to be a prostitute and him your pimp?
If we want to really get down to it, sure, I keep 80%, he keeps 20%. Would you consider Patreon or YouTube, like if Patreon's taking 20% or if Substack's taking 20% of your income, are they your pimp and you're a prostitute?
Well, no,
except for mine
because
is
there's no
selling sex?
prostitution. So,
Because it's not sex? If you
yeah,
want to say
sex
that
is
just because
prostitution.
mine is sex
That's correct.
and Patreon isn't, then sure. Yeah.
Okay, so right, so you're a prostitute, this is your pimp. Can you tell me why that's a better outcome for a person, better utility for a person than being a mother of 3 in a loving home?
I never said it's better, but I would say that it's better to live in a society that grants people freedoms. We have certain civil liberties, and one of those is the determination in what kind of occupation we want to have and what's best suited for us. So for me,
And
I
all
enjoy
rights,
this. I
and
make a
all
ton of money
rights
doing
are
this.
all of these rights that you are alluding to. All of them have limitations which are placed on them in lieu of responsibility and duty. Correct?
What do you mean?
Well, for an example, if you look at the Second Amendment, right? The fight over the Second Amendment is what responsibility people have with gun ownership. Correct? Same
Sure.
fight over
And I
the
think
First
we have a
Amendment, right?
responsibility- Yeah, we also have. Yeah,
Mhm.
so in that case, yeah, we have a responsibility with OnlyFans to make sure we don't have like children doing what I'm doing, and there should be certain regulations. I do pay my taxes. I'm a 1099 employee for the IRS. So yeah, I do think regulations are good.
So if the outcomes here, which you're looking at, if you want to make the claim that the outcome is good for a woman, right, you should be maximizing the outcomes, correct? So how can you explain how it maximizes utility? The outcomes are better for society. From my worldview, to say no more prostitution, I want to see more women at home with their children raising their families versus being prostitutes on the internet. Can you tell me why it is that your worldview maximizes the outcomes and mine doesn't?
So I can tell you many reasons, one of which is, again, just making the civil liberties argument that a society is better overall when people are allowed the freedoms to live lives that are conducive to their own happiness. But also, if you look at even countries that criminalize this versus countries that don't, even when it comes to in-person prostitution, decrim versus criminalizing, the outcomes tend to be actually better, like in New Zealand for decriminalizing sex work. So we can even get into that if you like.
Great. So in 2012, a study was published by Harvard Law Education, which investigated the effect of legalized prostitution on human trafficking inflows into high-income countries, which we would consider this to be. The research, as it goes through, shows something remarkable, such as the criminalization of prostitution in Sweden resulted in the shrinking of the prostitution market and the decline of human trafficking inflows. Cross-country comparisons of Sweden with Denmark, where prostitution is decriminalized, and Germany expanded legalization of prostitution and are consistent with the quantitative analysis showing that trafficking inflows decreased with criminalization and increased with legalization. That's a terrible fucking outcome. Isn't it, Jasmine? That's a terrible outcome.
First of all, I have studies where I can pull up too that counter that, especially when we look at decrim versus the Nordic model. This is like
Then
my
show them
area.
to me.
Like, I know this.
Then show them to me.
Okay, for sure. And then also, in the meantime, there's Sesta Fosta. So Sesta Fosta was passed in 2017 or 18 by Trump in order to curb trafficking, human trafficking, taking down back pages by making, basically cutting down the protections afforded by Section 230 of the Communications Act, which would make platforms liable for facilitating prostitution, which took down things like Backpage, which made our job, online sex workers, a lot harder. And look up
Our
the
job.
effects of that. All it did was make human trafficking
Well, I don't need to look
worse.
them up. You can just send it to me. But try to understand the entailment here is that at least you're going to have to concede that there's some human trafficking, which is an entailment of prostitution in general. But there is no entailment of human trafficking from being a stay-at-home mom who takes care of her children. Why would that not be? Why would that not be the outcome that since I want to see that outcome in society and not prostitution? It seems like I have a much better moral leg to stand on than you do from your own worldview.
No, because one, I'll pull up the stats now. We can go through them because I'm going to talk about Sesta-Foxa and those effects, and we'll talk about the difference, the decrim, which is why all of the major human rights organizations, all of them, when they looked at all this data, they also are pro-decrim. So even though you may find one study here or there, that doesn't negate all the other studies that there is. And two, I would say that even like consensual sex work is different than human trafficking.
They did a quantitative analysis. They took a ton of different studies in order to make these types of comparisons. That's one, but two, the entailment here is that let's just say, even if there was less human trafficking by the legalization of the prostitution than the decriminalization of the prostitution. If I want zero prostitution and there's no entailment of any trafficking by me doing that, how's that not a better outcome for society, Jasmine?
Wait, well, can you repeat your question?
Yes. If there's an entailment of human trafficking, regardless of the criminalization, decriminalized or criminalized, and I want to eliminate it altogether. So regardless of the criminalization or decriminalization, it's just gone, right? We eliminate prostitution altogether. The entailment there is, and we move towards the outcome of having women stay at home and raise their kids. Why isn't that better for society? Why?
It's because you're taking away people's freedoms, the freedom of people like me.
The freedom to be a degenerate. The freedom of you
The
to be a degenerate.
freedom to be a degenerate.
Yeah. Yeah,
and that's all you care about. All you care about is the freedom to be a degenerate. You don't want expanded freedoms and rights so that people can help anybody.
I care about your freedom to own a gun.
No, you don't. You don't give a shit about that. You don't care about my freedom to own a gun. You care about one thing.
One of my papers in law school about how I actually think that the Second Amendment is really important, and I would stand up for your right to have a gun. So how is every single freedom?
What about, okay, well, Jasmine, if you stand up for my right to have a gun, do you stand up for my right to have a gun with no background check?
No.
No. So then shut up. You don't care about my right to own a gun. All you care about all you care about is the limitation. No. What you care about is the duties. Nope. What you care about is the duties which are entailed with the ownership of the gun, not the right to own it. The duty and the responsibility is what you care about. Right. Okay. So if that's true, but what we're quibbling about is not whether or not I have a right to own a gun, because you think I don't. You think I have a responsibility when I have a gun, and you'll give me one if I adhere to those responsibilities. That's what you're actually saying.
No, I think you have a right to the freedom of speech, but that has limits. Just like you have the right to own a gun, but there are limits. So I like our free speech doctrine right now. Again, I know you didn't go to law school.
What you're actually attacking.
There are certain things that aren't covered by that right. The First Amendment does not cover direct incitements of violence. It doesn't cover even obscenity.
So in my opening statement, I laid this out, Jasmine. In the opening statement, I laid this out. That's not really a right then. What it is an associative of duties and responsibilities that we're arguing about, which means that there is no real. They got to stop, Jasmine. There is no right. There is no right. If there was a right. If there was a right, how could you take it away from somebody when they go to prison? Can prisoners have a gun? Can prisoners have a gun?
We need to go one at a time.
Okay, so let me ask you. Can prisoners have a gun?
I think it would depend, and it depends on the state. And
no, prisoners. Why can't they have a gun?
Because that's one of the regulations and the restrictions we place on the Second Amendment.
Because there's no actual right if you can take it away.
Right to have a gun.
So it's an entitlement. So it's an entitlement that you can take away, right?
I have a question. If a right has limitations on it, does that make it not a right? Are the only rights ones that have no limitations on them?
Yeah, so I would argue that what a right is actually is just what a right is actually is an entitlement, and that the entitlement is subject to duties and responsibilities. It's not actually a right. And most of the rights
are agreed upon by humans and enforced by society.
Rights are entitlements which people have that you claim that people have, but you can take them away whenever you choose to. It's not really a right.
It's not
so,
whenever you choose to, Andrew, because if it was
is
whenever
when you
we
choose
chose
to.
You wouldn't be sitting on the internet fighting with me. You would be living the life you want. You have no way right now to stop
Unless
me.
there's a lockdown. Unless there's a lockdown. Yes, you can. The president could literally come out and take away your rights tomorrow via an executive order and declare martial law and suspend all rights.
Yeah.
But he can. But he can. No, it has. It has happened. There has been martial law in the United States. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you're saying that basically I don't have a right now, and you can be the person that can judge that, because you saying that if we go through this basically a revolution, because if that happened, especially in recent history, over something like OnlyFans, I think you're very deluded on likelihoods of things happening.
Did you have a right to do pornography before it became the law that you could do pornography?
I think I had the right to do pornography before a law came that prohibited me from doing pornography.
And
so
what?
How laws and rights
so that.
work is you have them until there's something.
So then don't cite the Supreme Court and things like this then as an affirmation for why you're correct that you have such a right. When you were not allowed to do porn, just 50 years ago, wasn't even legal for you to have the type of society where you could have that kind of pornography. Well, not even nudie magazines, things like that. There's heavy restrictions on all of it. There was times in American history where it was completely outlawed. Stop. Let me finish. Let me finish. So again, there have been doctrines where pornography was completely eradicated from American society. So I don't know what are you saying, though? What I want you to say, one way or the other, is you believe that a woman doing pornography is a basic human right absent law.
Our obscenity doctrine always had a reference to the community standard, which is why when pornography became a thing and people started doing it on the internet, even if simple places were you can't do it in the city. I went through the whole obscenity doctrine. You can't have a billboard across a movie theater where people are driving because of whatever reason. At the end of the day, based on community standards, which is why the internet, because if you're going to places to find porn, it would fit that community standard, so it wouldn't be a violation.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
In the first place, no, because I'm responding to you. Can't just say this whole thing, ask a question, and when I'm responding to the things before the question.
Yeah, but I'd like you to answer to the actual question.
It's relevant to what you just said in the last.
Well, how is it relevant?
You told me, why did you bring up the Supreme Court? I'm telling you, because you said rights are only rights if they have no restrictions, and my whole point is we have rights in our Constitution that are then interpreted. Now, you're right. That interpretation could change. That interpretation could change tomorrow.
Yeah, but did you have a right before they interpreted it as a right, is my question.
Yes, until something usually is outlawed, you have a right.
Okay, so you think that...
You have to be breaking a law.
When it was outlawed, do you still think that you had a basic human right to do pornography even when it was outlawed to do pornography?
I would say with my moral subjective preference, yes, but I didn't have a right in this country.
And what made it a right to do that?
My subjective moral framework.
Because you wanted it, right? Because you wanted it.
Because just like I don't want you to have guns at all, but I still believe in that principle. My principle is that people should have the freedom to purchase and sell sex between two consenting adults. That is the principle that I always had, even before I did porn. This was, if you asked me 5 years ago when I was just in law school, I would have said the same thing. Okay?
So then pornography is a basic human right by your estimation.
Being able to sell and purchase sex, I think, should be.
Okay, but this conflicts with your outcomes-based society and duty unless you can construct. Then tell me how it is that the outcomes for this world that you postulate, where you can be a prostitute whenever you so choose, and you can essentially devalue yourself in every way possible, which leads to non-reproductive ends most of the time, by the way. How could it possibly be that that society's outcomes are going to be better than the one that I advocate for, where this is outlawed and instead we focus on the family unit? How is my society worse?
So let me ask you this. If we just go research for research right now, if you put up your research and I send you research, are you okay then with going with whichever outcome or whichever research is more heavily swayed in one direction? Because it seems like you are.
Yeah,
is that okay
I don't even understand. Can you answer this question?
What's the question?
Okay, so just listen to me, okay? And I'll give you plenty of time to respond. We could actually have a productive conversation, but listen to what I'm actually saying to you. the entailment, no matter what, of prostitution is going to lead to worse outcomes. No matter what. It's going to lead, no matter what, it's going to lead to at least some kind of
And
human...
what's your evidence for that?
Because no matter where you have prostitution, you have human trafficking. No matter where it's legal.
Even in places where prostitution is illegal, though, you have human trafficking.
Okay, but the distinction is that you think that it's a human right to do this, and I do not. So I would move towards a world where no prostitution even happened anymore. That would be the ultimate... Stop. That would be the ultimate goal of my world, would be to get rid of it altogether, whereas the ultimate goal of your world would not be. So if the ultimate goal that I had, which was achieved, was that there was no more prostitution, how would that be a worse world than the one I postulate, which is there is no prostitution and moms, we focus on families and moms.
Your world. So then if you're going to go with ideal world and make it completely unrealistic, because actually the countries that ban it have a lot of both prostitution and trafficking. But if we're just going to go with ideals, and I can make up my own ideal and say consensual sex work is okay, but human trafficking doesn't exist in my ideal worldview. What kind of fucking hypothetical is this? We can just make up our...
it can't.
We can just make up worlds.
It actually can't. So under your worldview, if there's an entailment, there is an entailment that if prostitution is a human right, which is what you've got them saying it is. This is a human right. It's a right for everybody to do this, sex work, right? You consider this to be a fundamental right, even absent law. Even absent law. So we can't even work towards a world where you could outlaw this, even knowing the human trafficking component and the bad outcomes to it, because you consider it a basic human right. The distinction is I don't. My world then becomes possible and yours does not.
No, your world, okay, I just want to note this for the audience. Andrew thinks you can absolutely, in his world, eliminate all prostitution and human trafficking. If we're going to go...
Tell me the contradiction.
Like prohibition and all...
Tell me the contradiction.
The war on drugs, that worked
Tell
out
me the contradiction.
I'm going to... Huh?
Tell me the logical contradiction. I just told you yours. Tell me mine.
The logical contradiction is that you're saying that your worldview of this hypothetical world where we get rid of prostitution is viable, but my worldview that we get rid of prostitution...
Nope, I'm saying that Nope, I'm saying mine's possible, yours isn't, because you believe that prostitution is a human right, so you could never actually move towards a world absent prostitution, and entailment of legal or illegal prostitution is going to be human trafficking. Whereas I say we could move towards a world where you did not have any type of prostitution whatsoever due to the virtues of society, and so this problem's eliminated.
I think we can move towards a world while keeping and decriminalizing consenting adults from prostitution and human trafficking. Your argument hinges on human trafficking and consensual sex work being linked inextricably. That we can't put resources into stopping. It's not, though. It's not. And Sesta Fosta and the outcomes of Sesta Fosta are just one example of, just like we had with the war on drugs, just like prohibition, that sometimes outlying something doesn't get rid of the problem. So for you to say that in my, and I like how this is ideal too. So in your ideal worldview, we can get rid of prostitution and there will be no sex trafficking. But in my worldview, where I'm saying in my ideal world, we can keep consensual sex work, but put our resources into stopping non-consensual sex work. That's impossible and isn't even logically sound.
Unless you don't believe, then the only bullet you would have to bite here is to say that you believe that you can enter into some kind of paradigm where sex work, the way that it is right now, is a human right and everybody can practice it, but that you also believe that there'll be no human trafficking associated with it ever.
I don't think that's realistic, nor do I think it's realistic to be able to eliminate it by trying to
so you don't believe, so you do, so then you do believe that an entailment of prostitution is going to be human trafficking.
I think human trafficking is an entailment of life. That's the difference between you and me.
It's an entailment of life?
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be
we can't even move towards a world without it because it's just an entailment of life.
We can't move towards a view. I said I don't believe
it's
realistic that the outcome is going to end with zero trafficking, but that doesn't mean I don't believe we should move towards that.
But you do believe. What's the fallacy? Give me the fallacy. Give me the fallacy.
So you're saying.
What's the fallacy? What's the fallacy? Tell me the fallacy, Jasmine.
The fallacy is also the burden of proof.
What's the fallacy, Jasmine?
I just gave it to you.
That's the burden of proof fallacy? Wait, the burden. What's the fallacy?
Yes, it is, because you take yours as just true. You're like, oh yeah, I can work to a world where we just eliminate it all, but you can't. And I'm like, well, what's your reasoning for that? What's the proof? Oh, I can't prove it because you can't prove yours. That's a fallacy.
Not what I said. What's the fallacy that I stated? What's the fallacy or contradiction?
What?
What's the fallacy or contradiction? There's no contradiction. There's no fallacy.
I just told you.
Name the fallacy.
Everybody look up burden of proof fallacy. He's basically saying he doesn't have to prove why his is right and mine is wrong.
I've already proven it. Because you've already claimed now multiple times that an entailment, even just an entailment of any type of prostitution, is going to lead to at least some kind of human trafficking. Whereas I propose,
and I believe all criminalization is also going to lead to human trafficking. So the difference between you and me
then we must legalize it.
That doesn't mean that you.
So then we have to legalize it.
No, we're not legalizing human trafficking. You need to stop conflating human trafficking.
I didn't say human trafficking. We're legalizing prostitution, right?
Legalizing prostitution, if you don't know the difference between consensual adults engaging in sex work and someone being forced or trafficked, that's on you.
Right, but what the entailment is the entailment that you're saying, though, is that all forms of degeneracy must be legalized and decriminalized because people are going to do them anyway, right? So
no, that's not.
Isn't that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I'm saying that we have certain rights and liberties, and trafficking is something that happens, but it happens also in places where it's completely not a right. Therefore, maybe trafficking is a separate issue from consensual sex work like OnlyFans. OnlyFans is really hard to traffic someone on OnlyFans. You have to have a bank account that goes in your name. You need to have a consenting. You need to send in your ID. You need to be taxed by the IRS. You need to be confirmed by the IRS. So can you explain to me how something like OnlyFans is contributing to human trafficking when countries that have it banned have just as much human trafficking? I don't understand this argument.
Prove that the countries that have it banned have just as much human trafficking as the countries which do not have it banned. I would like to actually see that.
I think we should go ahead and do that because you've said that a few times and Andrew seems to disagree with that. So if you can pull that up, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I want Andrew to contend with if we're looking at outcomes, why the secular countries tend to have better outcomes.
They don't.
And I can link you that because
how about let's talk about the fact that women suffer from higher rates of mental illness, and let's talk about the maternal death rates, which leads into topic 2. Hang on, you want me to give you the reasons for the outcomes, right? The outcome distinctions?
Give me the reason for it.
Well, okay, I'm trying to, but you have to stop talking because as soon as I launched into it, you cut me off immediately. So let's talk about this. Let's get into the fact that the Western nations cannot reproduce their own populations. They can't do it. The birth rates are all on the decline. Every single Western nation cannot reproduce itself and must instead focus on the theist nations to pull in immigrants to replace their own domestic populations. That's one. That's the first argument.
So we're going to forget the infant mortality, the higher rates of crime, all of those things. And right now, I just pulled up.
I'm just trying to focus on one at a time here.
Wait, guys, real quick. So this is, Jasmine, what you sent me. So where do you want me to go?
So can you open the PDF, or do you guys not have access to it because you don't have an institution? I just want to make sure you can access it.
I don't have an institution. I can see the abstract, but that's about it.
Okay, should I share my screen then, or how does that work?
That'll probably be better, yeah, if you have access.
Okay.
This just gives the rough summary, but doesn't actually talk about, like, why.
Okay. I would...
Just
in any case, kind of moving into this, as you're looking for...
But also, I also
whatever it is you want, can we start with my first point to answer to the question? Stop moving the goalpost. Can we start with the first point? Which was that you just asked me, you literally just, and we just did. I just gave you an outcome, and I want you to contend with it.
You just ignored. So I gave you like 20 outcomes. You're saying let's ignore all that and focus on.
I'm happy. You just told me to give you one, and I did.
No, I'm saying what is your response to my outcomes? All those outcomes that I listed. I'm about to share my screen so that we can see more of them.
Yeah, okay, but can we start with our negative? So I have a different view. First of all, what is good to you? Is just based around.
No. no. We were gonna go into you guys. Do you guys not want to go into outcomes now? It seems like he
This
doesn't want
is
me to share my screen. It seems
I
like
don't care if you
that-
share the
I think,
screen.
wait, hang on, Andrew. Let's definitely talk about
Yeah.
that, but let's first really quickly, because I did ask her to pull up the data that she referenced several times.
Yeah.
So let's let her really quickly pull up that data, and then that will be the next point of discussion, which is what we were saying.
Okay, that's fine, but I'd also like her to contend with mine. So can we do this fair and do it point by point?
Yeah.
So I'll go after one of hers, she goes after one of mine.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Otherwise, we end up with a mass gish gallop.
Let's let her just show the data that she says she has, and after that, you can get into your point.
Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Is it happening?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a study that is done. Let me see if I can. Sorry, I'm really bad with like.
What are their metrics for well-being first?
Well, here are all of the sources, but
What are
as
the?
I
I just
said-
want to know what the metrics are for well-being.
Okay, let's find.
Just hit Control F and go to well-being. Type in well-being and let's see what the metrics are for it.
Graphics. Control F, you said? Okay, wait. Let's go to. I want to start going into like, okay, criminality and moral conduct. So this would be one of my outcomes for well-being. So although, let's see what it says for criminality and well-being.
So they're
Yeah.
right,
Okay.
life satisfaction and well-being.
Okay. All right. This is just about religious people in general. I'm trying to get to the part where it's talking about
It says
secular
life
conduct.
satisfaction and well-being right there.
Okay. So this is about religiousness, and I think it's individual. I'm trying to get to like outcomes. So let's see. We're looking at. Maybe it's going into those. Children. Okay, let's see. Let me just read this all.
So here's
But when it comes
criminality.
to more serious, after all, so wait. Yeah, but we find the opposite. Murder rates are actually lower in more secular
It
regions
doesn't
and
answer
higher
to the
in
question for what they consider well-being to be. I need to know what their metrics are for well-being.
Okay, so let's talk about me. So I think higher
Why
murder
does
is
that? I
bad,
don't care
okay?
about what your preferences are. You're
Well,
showing
hang
me a
on,
study.
hang
She
on.
says she bullshit. You're showing a
lower in
study.
more secular
You're
regions.
showing
Hang
a
on, hang on.
study. I want to know what their metrics for well-being are in the study.
Okay, so this
that's a
one,
fair
so this is not
question.
about metrics for well-being. This is just about murder rates.
Really?
Okay, can we
Scroll
talk about
up.
murder
Scroll up. Because it literally says metrics for well-being in the study, right at the title. Scroll up.
rates?
Scroll up.
But that doesn't.
Scroll up.
I just have to go all the way back down.
Atheism, secularity, and well-being. So what are the metrics for well-being?
Okay, I'm talking about well-being. I'm talking about let's look at outcomes. Do you want me to do
Yeah,
read
but
this whole
that's
thing? Fine, let's just sit here and
irrelevant.
read
Listen,
23
that's
pages. This is what Andrew
that's
wants to do, guys. Andrew
irrelevant.
wants to sit here and read 20
No,
pages.
it's
Yes,
irrelevant. I just want to know what the metrics for the well-being in the study are.
Whatever the study thinks well-being is, the murder.
Then I need to know what those
Okay,
are.
wait, stop. Both of you, stop. Okay, let's go one thing at a time. So I think you asked a fair question, Andrew, right? But she was trying to make an argument actually about murder rate.
Yeah,
because
but
what she's saying-
listen.
Oh, wait, hang on. Because
Fine.
what she's saying is that in her worldview, murder rate directly ties into an
Yeah, but
outcomes.
how do we know that her
Hold on, let me-
subjective metrics? All right.
What she's trying to argue is that in her worldview, murder rate, which I think is a pretty reasonable position, is tied into how good a society's doing. So
Mhm.
let's just let her really quickly read that one thing, and then we'll get
Yeah.
straight to well-being, which is the next thing that you want
Okay,
to talk
okay, but
Yeah,
I need
so-
to make an objection here, just briefly, and then you can do whatever the hell you want.
Because he doesn't want to talk
The
about
objection that I have
Well,
here
let me give
is
us
that
some objection.
what you're asking me to do is say whatever this study says based on her whatever she thinks is well-being may not be what the study is actually claiming well-being
But
is.
this isn't a study. This is a compilation of research. This isn't even so. The top of it, it's like okay.
Then tell me
on
what they
criminality,
mean by
on-
well-being. I need to know that. It's
This, but
super
this has
important.
nothing to do. So take this. Whatever the study says about well-being, there's no conclusion here about well-being. Right now, what I'm telling you.
Then
is
how do
not a
I know it's
conclusion about
well-being? Then
It's
how
a
do I know it's
conclusion-
well-being?
It's a conclusion about murder rates. So if you're making the argument that murder rates don't associate with well-being, sure. But I'm making the argument, and the audience can decide for themselves. Do lower murder rates contribute to well-being? You could. It doesn't matter what the paper says it does, or you say it does, or I say it
Que
does.
foi, amor?
The stat I'm reading right now is about murder rates alone. Then if you want to say that murder
Ah, agora eu vi você falando aqui. Eu tava distraído. Já pode entrar na cabana e dormir, é. Aí a resposta. E aí, como é que tá a transmissão? Lenta? Como é que é? Tá boa ou tá lenta? Te amo, meu amor. Eu te amo, meu amor. Demora pra caramba. Tá bom.